and then flip a switch. Bot's back up and running if you guys want to start investments. All right, now the question is, how much progress did I lose? I guess it would just be like, you know, one season, right? There's been thunderstorms in your area. I was really perplexed because, like, it is not windy. It's, like, very lightly cloudy and mostly sunny. Like, it is just super nice weather outside right now. So I was, like, very perplexed when it first kicked off because I was just like, oh, well, this is fine. Why is this happening? All right, so I got to rebuild the... Man, we were like right towards the end of summer, weren't we? Threw off my groove, game. Oh well, it's fine. I can deal with this. You called an ambulance, he lost consciousness from it. He tripped over the cat, fell backwards, hit his head, sat down in his chair, fell forward, and cut on it, and has a little cut on his forehead. Oh, geez. That sounds like concussion-ish. Glad it's nothing too serious, but yeah. Tell him to get well soon. Lots of ice packs. Head injuries are no fun, but you're in the right place, though, so that's good. Yeah. That sounds like a concussion to me. Yeah, like if it knocked him out, but... Definitely worth getting checked out, though, if nothing else. You're making sure he stays awake. That seems fair. Makes a lot of sense. I am going to change the design of this ever so slightly, though. I have to remake the underground. Actually, hold on. Let me just make sure that this YouTube stream started up properly. Yes, it did. You know, there's part of me that's almost mad that it came back on because I was like pissed off immediately when the power went out. And then I was like, well, I guess I'm being forced to take Canada Day off was what I was like literally just kind of thinking out loud to myself. And then the power came back on. I was like, guess not. Anyway. Such is life. If it comes back on quickly, when the power goes out, it's like, yeah, I'll keep streaming. But if it's one of those, like, if it's out for more than like 30 minutes, it's like, nope. Yep, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. And none of you missed anything because now I'm back. What was I talking about? Right, yeah, kangaroo meat. I ate kangaroo meat once. That's the most exotic thing I've ever eaten when it comes to... Oh, right. I need to put that very angry dwarf. That very angry dwarf, which is Adil. Yeah. There you are. Except I'm gonna go to missions and say, get rid of you. And just say, go steal some livestock. But yeah, no, they basically just made like fried chicken fingers. But like with kangaroo meat. So I've had that once. Which was okay. I don't think it was worth the money for what it was, but it was all right. Which is kind of funny because like at the time, my parents' cat was exclusively living off of kangaroo meat. So in my brain, like kangaroo meat is cat food. Like I'm aware that it's like something that we farm here and it's something that you can just buy in certain stores, but like it's mostly sold as pet food here. So you got the gorilla once more. Well, yeah. I can do a better job trading. Kangaroo fingers sounds like a Blaze Blue character. Or cat food. If I could try a specific meat, what would I try? Probably crocodile, or rather alligator, not crocodile. Probably alligator. I'm not, you know, if you asked me that question like a decade ago, I would probably have a lot more answers for you. Asking me that now, I don't eat much meat these days. That's a question from YouTube chat, by the way. I don't eat much meat, like at all. Purely because like, it makes carb counting more difficult, especially fatty meats. Like it slows down the speed at which I intake carbs, and because I'm diabetic, it makes life unnecessarily difficult. So I just kind of don't bother eating a lot of meat at all, period. Like it's not something I prioritize at all. So at this point, it's like not really something I even think about. Like I do occasionally eat like some duck. I will go out of my way to eat duck every once in a while because I really like duck. But, I don't know. Slimy chicken, sure. I don't think I've ever had catfish. I would like to try catfish. If we could count that. Did that dwarf just build a wall through a corner? Every once in a bloody blue moon they can do that successfully, but most of the time they can't. It's really odd when they do. Beaver tastes like beef, which is weird. That is weird. So for those of you on the YouTube side that are piling back in, my power just went out. So I didn't just turn the stream on. The power went out for like 10 minutes and now it's back. So yay, but also, huh? So yeah, a little bit annoyed, but also, I guess it just is what it is. There's not too much I can do about it. Catfish tastes good regardless of how it's cooked. Yeah, like I wouldn't mind trying catfish. But that's like the only thing I can really think of. You have better luck with alligator. You tried some jerky and it was so oily. I've had so I like living in Canada. I've had, especially growing up, I had a lot of friends whose dads hunted as a hobby. So I've had like a lot of random ass jerky over the years. Like I've had moose, I've had bear, I've had deer, I've had marmot. It's just like, I don't know. It's something that just kind of comes up pretty frequently. It's not something I've ever gone out of my way to eat, but like, you know, if there's a random animal in the wilderness of Canada that isn't like a wolverine, I've probably eaten it. Random ass jerky, yeah. Mm-hmm. Although one of the best soups I ever had was moose nostril, and it was kind of wild because it was like, you know when you have like oxtail or something, and like they just put like the big chunk and it's very recognizable what it is in the soup or some other plate. I had a moose nostril stew once, which was delicious, and it just straight up had like a moose nose in it. Like your bowl just had like a moose face in it. It was bizarre looking. I don't think I've ever had reindeer. Mostly because we don't have reindeer. I've had elk. There was a hot minute there where elk burgers were really easy to come by. Does that mean that you're down with the sickness, Lucio? With on-screen comments is like with the boat murdered videos. Sometimes you read things differently. I don't see well. My username is not a joke. And it's funny because I have people that tell me, they're like, you need to do re-recordings. I'm like, I do, when I notice that there's an issue. It's like, you need to re-record things. It's like, I literally do. So yeah, I know. I do my best. It's gotten better over the years, but I'm still not great. It's one of the reasons I don't use scripts for a lot of my videos. What do I need? What do I need? I need a wooden minecart. As we get this filled out, next thing I need to do is go down to... Oh my god, they're born. Look at them all. We got a gaggle of dinos. 20 more coming there. 22 more coming there. 25 more coming there. We're going to have like a hundo dinos. Very soon. Also, some humans want to trade with us now, which was the thing that I mostly missed in the last run through, which I can do better. Because now is just a good opportunity to get rid of a bunch of crap that I don't need. How thick are the glasses? That's not really how blindness works. I actually have pretty average... I'm just rather nearsighted, but like nothing outside of the realm of normal. That's not how blindness works. No, I have visual field issues. So this eye doesn't work at all, and this eye has severe tunnel vision. So it's got nothing to do with how thick my glasses are. Oops, something died. It's got nothing to do with how thick my glasses are. I see basically out of a toilet paper tube. You know, it's kind of like when I tell people that I'm legally blind and then they hold up 2 fingers and they're like, how many fingers am I holding up? And then I punch them in the head, which... Admittedly, I've grown up. I haven't done that as much in the last decade. But, there we go. 2 dwarves were found dead. Unfortunate. I used to be a little bit more snappy with that kind of thing when I was younger. These days, I'm a bit more chill about it. But, trust me. How thick somebody's glasses are has absolutely nothing to do with how well they see. Especially if, like, somebody, like, is identifiably visually impaired. Legally blind doesn't help much if they're in arm's reach. Eh. It mostly just means that children are a danger to my center of gravity, basically, because they are massive tripping hazards. There's so many, holy shit. It's ridiculous. Look at them all. Oh my god. Holy crap, chat. There's so many dinos. The question is, will they be able to get to full size? Disagree. I lost like 20 in the last assault that was against us, so I don't know if I agree with that. Livestock are not that effective for defense. They're good for like off-map offense, but not very effective for on-map defense. Okay, I don't know why you're sitting right there, but you are. Let's go here. Grab you, grab you, grab you, plop you there. Load you from there. Get rid of these. And I don't have a minecart just yet. Did I not queue one up? I did. Manager is Rel. let's go right here. Metal ores once more. And then it's just a matter of getting you plunked down here. It's because it's one-on-one fights, right? Skills versus skills. So size is very important in a one-on-one fight. Skills versus skills. But the math the game does off map is different than the math the game does on the map. So yeah, but it's kind of I guess it's surprising, but it's also kind of not. I guess it's surprising. I'll just make this better this time. Because I can, might as well. Might as well. Actually, can't remember what type of stone I just used here. I think it was conglomerate. Have a billion dinos on your map that you keep butchering, or rather a billion large animals on your map that you keep butchering, a lost intern, and get attacked by large birds and have butcher shops everywhere so that they butcher all of the large birds that attack you. That's literally all I'm doing. And also, like, don't have many dwarves, so, like, you know, they send you guys on a clear route so that they don't eat much. Pro tips. But I have a hard time not having piles of food. The other thing that I do is I make sure that I have big harvest zones, and I, you know, yeah, I'm not even fishing. Like, it's literally just butchering animals. But if you start with fishing, you'll never run out of food, because fishing is ridiculously effective and efficient. Maybe even too effective and efficient in some ways. But I am making a, I am in the process of putting together a new getting started guide for dwarf forts. So if you're like pining at the bit to like figure out how I play and haven't watched my old ones in a while, well, maybe soon. Maybe soon there will be new ones that you should watch. Large harvest zones? Yeah. Large harvest zones are, like, definitely an effective assistant to that. Right, I did assign a new broker. We're going to come trade at Depot. I'm going to send in 2 of these. I'm also going to go here and just get rid of you and you so that those stop canceling. And let's trade. What's up, Star Schultz? I generally just designate a designated fishing zone and put a refuse stockpile right underneath them, because what refuse stockpiles do is it makes whatever's in them degrade at 400% speed. Which is ridiculously fast. So, like, if you are running into issues with, you know, portion sizing, I guess, that would be my recommendation. It doesn't need to be outside, no. So, like, if you're fishing right here, like right here, say, like this is water access, I just go right underneath where the dwarves stand and just do this and then make it into a refuse stockpile and only assign fish corpses to it. or whatever bits they're leaving everywhere, and then they just infinite stack right there and degrade really quickly. It's totally fine. You can also use them for crafts too, but like if you don't like it, even if you're making them into crafts, you're still going to get, you are going to have more than you need. Like it's almost impossible to avoid that. Take the squad off duty for a little bit, give them a break. Yeah, absolutely. Like it's, I mean, bone crafts are different than shells, but that would be shell crafts specifically, I would think. Dwarf has yet to return. Wonder if we're ever going to see you again. This has really been a smart boon for me, sending these dwarves up and down here. You actually like working in the hospital, Dobar? Yeah, you are. Okay, so this can be metal or... metal or nothing. Now just make sure that you load the right ore. And then this will fill up. And then I can go up to here. I'm just going to get rid of magnetite, that, and that. And say smelt luminite, smelt magnetite, and smelt tetrahedrite, and just do these on order whenever there's 10 available, just so that I just get a surplus. You stop loading from anywhere. And I will just get this area floored off down here. And you conglomerate. Okay. Although I kind of screwed this up, so let's just grab you. Just say chalk. Happy dwarf, please. Okay. Beard or no beard? Lost intern. Dwarf needs sell if you get way too many. The humans will buy, like, uncrafted shells. And also corpses, which I think is a little weird. But pro tip. If you need to just get rid of bones, they don't give you money for them, but the humans will take them from you. So if you just have, like, 1 trillion shells or something, that is a route you can go if you need it, if you do need it. Which, personally, I find really funny. You want a beard? Okay. Always have to clarify. You're now a pump operator. You're here to operate pump and pump accessories. Lost intern. Intern. He is a coward and completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger. He can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary. He has a very calm demeanor and is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he tends to form tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is slow to trust others and is given to flights of fancy and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He could be considered rude and occasionally overindulges and inhales sharply when he's angry. And cheers, Davey Denny, in YouTube chat. I want to find out. Entertainment in YouTube chat. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Also, YouTube folks, if somebody wants to name something, the first person to put 3 dino emojis can name a dwarf or a dinosaur or something. He personally values nature and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes gypsums, plaster, and bismuth and morion, as well as giant chinchilla toothpicks, gauntlets, coffins, rings, and chickens for their clucking, mandrelmen for their colorful faces, and the sound of the tulip of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume pineapple wine and absolutely hates bats. Hello, liberated some. What's up, dude? Also, chat. To those of you back after the power went out, can I get around to beers? Curious how many people have made it back so far. We got 56 on the YouTube side and 126 here on Twitch, which means about half of the people are back. We'll get there, maybe. I said dino. Is there no dino? There has to be a T-Rex emoji or some shit. I'm not confirming anything. It's just a title, Gene John. All right, well, E-Brother, you win because you typed in the thing, but I will also give one to Snatcher Hardcore because there's a... Oh, there you go. Vicos found one. There you go. You found a T-Rex. They found dino emojis. All right, well, here. I will do this. This bolt thrower can be E-Brother's dino, and Snatcher Hardcore can have that. And Vicus, would you like a beard or no beard? The queen arrives immediately petitioned for a temple of the god of depravity, lust, and love. How many lovers does she have? Dino sus is very sus. That I can agree with. You got an email I was streaming? Oh my gosh, really? Doesn't matter? Okay. How about the very happy Marksdwarf? Vicious. Is private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself, can be very happy and optimistic, and thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. How dangerous are the T-Rexes? I have not seen one yet. I assume quite, because they're quite large. But in the same kind of ballpark as like an elephant or a giant elephant. She is fairly important. She thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and is very quick to anger, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She does not go out of her way to help others, and is a friendly individual, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and could be considered rude. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, likes to take it easy, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Taps her feet when she's annoyed, and always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. It is kind of badass. Not a human. Her husband is deceased. Well, that's why she has no lovers. She's in the market. I mean, honestly, that sounds like a really good way to get into royalty. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Welcome to the fortress. That seems concerning. That there's just like a creature's head up here. I guess it's not accessible. So the emoji T-Rex doesn't work, Tyrannosaurus doesn't work, Dino doesn't work, Dinosaur doesn't work. That's wild, but Rex does. That, you know, I'm not a member of the emoji consortium, but if I was, I would submit a formal complaint on behalf of the what the fuck is that? I have a well, I mean, it's just, you know, the queen's husband doesn't become a noble automatically. I'm pretty sure they just become a consort. So they're essentially like a concubine. Like emotional support beard. Kind of thing. Not really a actual partner, if that makes any sense. Let's just grab metals. So now we got metal bars coming down here. Up here, you can just go away. And now let's build the stuff down here to get this stuff up and running. So let's do furnaces first. Let's do magma smelters. I think version 2 of this setup is looking nicer, I have to say. Magma forge. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I'm glad the power came back on quickly, if nothing else. Life goes on. Did I trade with the humans? I did. I have a habit of doing certain things like trading maybe a little bit too quickly. For running out of seeds early game, if you are playing on an area with any kind of vegetation on the surface, just liberally use the gathering tool. Don't cook meals early game, and you won't have problems. Because cooking meals is the only thing that destroys seeds for plump helmets. But as chat said, you can disable cooking plump helmets in the kitchen screen. Forgotten Beast, which is a blob of grime and filth. It has deadly spit and 3 long hanging tails and a gaunt appearance. That is very weak. Blobicus, Splaticus, Stinkus. And it can't actually access us, so I don't need to worry about it. It's going to die to a troglodyte or something. The other thing that you can do is if you're in the cavern layers, just do this. And they will harvest all of the plump helmets. Like, click on the plant gathering tool and just do this periodically. You'll just have a million of them. That's on you. It's fair to remind me. I'm actually just going to put 10 wheelbarrows there, limit those jobs, and speed them up. Let's just do copper wheelbarrows because I'm about to have a bunch of copper lying around. Yep, already do, actually. So you... Nish the accomplished metalsmith. We'll throw you in there. And let's do iron breastplate. Iron helm. Iron high boot. Iron gauntlet. Why do I always start with breastplates? I don't need breastplates. I got plenty of those. Iron gauntlets. Iron battle axe, and silver bolts. We'll make 50 silver bolts and 20 of each of these. Because I don't recommend it, and that's not a good thing to do, nor a good thing to tell people to do, especially new people. Is that a sarcastic statement, or are you being serious? If you're being serious, I can't help you. You're beyond helping. There's nothing positive to the fortress outside of roleplay reasons to get rid of annoying royalty. If you're being sarcastic, put a /s or a kappa. Because believe it or not, I do get questions like that that aren't sarcastic. Gives me some indicator that you're being sarcastic. Okay. Here comes all of the ore. silver bolts. I really like silver bolts because I find that a lot of bolts, especially like wooden bolts and less sharp bolts, majority of what they do is just bruise and damage and disarm. And silver is a really good blunt weapon because it's quite heavy. So yeah, they're shiny, but like the main reason I'm using silver isn't because they're shiny and fancy like that. It's because they are really good, like, blunt weapons. And so when they collide with the baddies, they do quite a bit of damage like that. Salicont, thank you very much for the 10-pack. You're very kind. Thanks for taking advantage of the sale. It really does go a long way. So thank you. I don't think you can make lead bolts. No, you can't. But yeah, I mean, like, sharp bolts are good because you can just, like, one-shot something in the head. But if the enemies are wearing a lot of armor anyway, then you basically need steel bolts to really get to destroy helms and stuff to take out things with the head. Use lead for walls. I like using lead for furniture, because once it's placed, you kind of don't need to make it again. Hell yeah, Falger. I do have bad news. There's a siren going by, and it's not for me. I didn't do it. That was an ambulance, not a cop, so the joke's not funny. Hope everybody's okay. Anyway, yeah, your dwarf died. I like making lead, what's it called? Lead is good for goblets, but not cups. Your YouTube chatter is asking how moddable is Dwarf Fortress compared to RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress is very moddable, but it's not moddable in the same way that RimWorld is moddable. Because, like, you need to remember that RimWorld runs in Unity, which comes with a lot of issues. Dwarf Fortress runs in its own engine. So that comes with positives and negatives. The positives is that the way you can mod Dwarf Fortress is extremely straightforward. If you don't care about adding graphics as part of your mod, you can do a lot with literally just a TXT file, which is kind of incredible. Like, you can modify the existing creatures, change how things function by literally just editing one file, and just adding like a 2. Like, if you want dragons to lay more than 3 eggs, you just go and change a number to 7. If you want dragons to lay more eggs, you just go change a number to 25. You want something to not lay eggs and just give birth to live young, you just change that from live to eggs to one different line of text. Very simple. However, Vlad is throwing a tantrum. However, if you want to, like, modify the UI, you need to use RAM editors, and that's not straightforward. If you want to do any major mechanical mods, a lot of that stuff is currently buried in, like, proprietary folders that you can't access. However, that is changing slowly. But right now, it's basically really easy to re-theme things and add new things within the limitations of the game currently. But that's expanding slowly. He has orcs and guns? Sure, but those guns are literally just bolts that use different materials that work just like crossbows. The orcs are probably just goblins, but slightly bigger. And a different sprite. Like, that's very easy to mod. But, like, as an example, like, if you want to add, like, aliens that come down, like, if you want to add, like, flying saucers and little green men that can fly down and shoot you, sure, but they have to have ammunition. The stuff that they can shoot is either going to be a mod, like, the way they'll work is they'll be inside of a vehicle, which is a creature, which looks like a flying saucer. Like, you can modify the game and retheme it very easily, but making big categorical changes to the way the game functions is quite difficult. It's possible, but it's difficult. Maybe if you want to go look at, like, the far end of, like, crazy shit that people have done with Dwarf Fortress, I would go look at the Long Night mod, which I don't think has any kind of official tile set built for it, but is like a full science fiction re-theme of the game with like automatons, mechs, and like vehicles and like energy weapons and all kinds of crazy shit. So that's what I would go look into. But stuff is getting more moddable slowly, which is cool and exciting to see, actually. Jangles has been found dead? What? What was that? Oh, shit. Damn it, Vlad. No, he's not a vampire. He just tantrumed. It would say that he's found dead, completely drained of blood if he was a vampire. The only vampire in the chat is this Mexi vampire. Are you still alive? Nope. Very few of the original dwarves are still alive. I've gone up to 90 dwarves multiple times and gone down to 50 dwarves multiple times. I think I've got more coffins than dwarves at this point. I don't know if I necessarily want to expel Vlad. Because Vlad is a very talented soldier. So you're going to go start stealing animals from off-site. Oh. Actually, no, you're going to go try and rescue my other dwarf who got captured, apparently. That's what you're going to go do. Good luck, Vlad. I don't know what it was named. What was your dinosaur named? Was it Kevin? You need to, if you name it not you, then you need to remember what you named it. If it was Kevin, Kevin's still around. I'm not a human. But generally, you need to remember it. Nope, he's an axe dwarf. No, William is not alive, I don't think. Mostly certain William isn't alive. No, William is not alive. Sorry to old William. Unfortunately, William is now extinct. Yeah, we've had kind of a lot of deaths in this fort, it turns out. Let's just do platinum grates. Let's do 10 of them. Because I do actually have kind of a lot of platinum. I just want to plunk a bunch of them into here. Thought dwarves bump into each other? They do. That's why I did 2 by 2. Like 1 by 1 is a problem, but 2 by 2 is fine. Krug Smash has done a few of those. I think he's done like 2, maybe 3 series of the Long Night mod. I know he's working on another one right now because he keeps posting about it on social media. Wheelbarrow's speeding up. Two Forgotten Beasts having a showdown. Is this an unstoppable object next to an impassable brick? This is a blob composed of grime and filth versus a towering three-eyed legged Dimetrodon. Well, that's going to kill it. Or it's going to run away and ignore it. What's up, Hadaloo? You know, so having the lava exposed will absolutely lead to terrible things. But not if, like, it's a sealed off separate... unless you are letting your military train right next to it, having exposed lava is, like, not a huge deal at all. At all. Unless you just have it straight in the magma sea like I do right now. That will lead to terrible things. Because if fire imps or magma crabs or something decide to pop out here, then that'll lead to terrible things. But just having that there, like, no, that's fine. No more or less dangerous than having, like, a puddle with 7 deep water. However, so, you know what will also lead to terrible things? Building a surface fortress, largely on top of a Untamed Wilds map, while chopping down tons of trees, and making the dwarves live in exposed parts of the tower on the surface, near giant birds, while irritating a lot of enemy factions, and building your fortress out of pretty flimsy materials. That will lead to a lot more terrible things, and so I don't care. It's kind of the point, really, actually. It doesn't matter. This fortress is like... I've been kind of pitching this fortress as borderline suicidal. It's like designed to fail, engineered to flop, built to fall, all of the above. And I'm doing that kind of intentionally. Why? For fun. Like, generally, just having lava access isn't, like, super dangerous. Like at all. Like, obviously, maybe it's not the best idea, but, like, is it just going to lead to your fortress getting murked? Not really. Like, dwarves... Like, I see all sorts of things about Dwarf Fortress that are like, yeah, I had a dwarf, like, trip and, like, drown in lava and stuff. And it's like, did they trip? No. You know what happened? I guarantee you know what happened? They didn't trip. It was probably like a agitated animal got down there and the dwarf dodged. Or a dwarf tantrumed and threw something and a dwarf dodged. Or a magma crab came out of the lava, fired a glob of magma, the dwarf tried to punch it and dodged out of the way of the magma and fell in. Like, dwarves don't slip. Even though I see, like, comments and statements about that happening. And it's, like, one of the kind of classic things. The only instance that I know of where dwarves could, like, just slip and fall is if you have a whole bunch of ramps and there's contaminants on the ramps. So, like, if you're playing on a Untamed Wilds map, or if you are playing on a evil map or a good map, because, like, good maps can have weird weather, too. So, like, a Joyous Wilds map and it's, say, raining wine. And so you've got this massive ramp that is covered in wine, a dwarf could slip on that. But, like, they're not just going to fall down a ramp unless there's something on the ramp causing them to fall. So, like, is this safe? Totally safe. If this was surrounded by vomit, that could be a threat. That could be that could be dangerous. Like, then a dwarf could slip and fall in. But, like, in what fucking world would there be vomit down here? With beard, not angry. Okay. Silas the sequel. You are married to Rakust, the Mason. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He desires little for himself in in the way of possessions and feels a strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is slow to trust others and is slow to anger and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is a friendly individual and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tries to do things correctly each time and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He doesn't often feel envious of others and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Okay. So, I have a question. Did you see this happening? You heard of it happening? You know what probably happened? They probably dodged or jumped towards it on the ramp and then fell. Did they slip? No. Like, very much doubt that it slipped. And, like, there's a lot of, like, things that people talk about with Dwarf Fortress constantly. Like, they are mechanics in the game. And I think Zach says this best, which is Dwarf Fortress is the most convincing simulation ever created, in some ways. I added the in some ways. Because while it might not actually be simulating everything that people say it does or assume it does, it leaves enough open to interpretation that sometimes you try to find a solution to what happened. And it's very easy to interpret it as something that's believable instead of just like, you know, a dwarf being an idiot. Like I've seen people say that, oh yeah, no, I had a whole bunch of squad members slip and fall off a wall and into my moat. No, they dodged towards the enemy or away from a bolt and into your moat. They didn't slip. They're being too enthusiastic, which is still kind of hilarious, but stuff often gets misinterpreted. Which doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. It's just, but that's probably not what happened. Although, you know, minotaurs exist because people used to wear bulls' heads into battle and be really tall. And somebody who's like sleep deprived, starving, and in battle for 2 days sees a tall dude with a bull head on and goes, oh God, he's half bull. Anyway, he personally values tradition, values nature, and dreams of raising a family. And he likes Realgar, Bismuth, and Claro Opal, two-legged rhino horn, and Microcratus tooth. Okay, cotton fabric, tables, and turkeys for their gobble, and leopards, giant leopard seals for their fierce nature. And the words of the lessons of sweetness and the sight of the tulip of bewildering and when possible prefers to consume cassowary, yellow bullhead, and quinoa beer, and absolutely hates snails. That sounds like something a minotaur in a human suit would say. Got me there. The dwarf climbed into a lava pit willingly. So I had this weird thing happen where I had a bunch of very, very depressed elves in my fort that were part of a trade caravan that got stuck, and they went to exit the fort when I opened the fort doors up, but I had this narrow walkway into a tower that went down into a big hole that was surrounded by lava at the bottom, at the front of the fort. And they took the old way out instead of the new way out, and they all just went and fell into the lava pit. It was bizarre. But they were all like harrowed and haggard. And I assume that it was something to do with that. Like it just didn't update their pathing or something. It's wild. Pronouncing their names. I'm still in favor of somebody making a mod that just names all the dinosaurs silly, self-explanatory kid-like things, like what they called them in Land Before Time. You know, instead of like a brontosaurus, it would be a long neck. Long neck with fins. Or instead of a smilodon, it would just be a, you know, why am I blanking on the name of those things? Oh, another way that dwarves can slip is like if one dwarf charges or leaps and collides with another dwarf. That's another thing that can cause them to slip. Sabertooth, yeah. You can engineer a slide? Only if it's raining viscous liquids or contaminants. Like if it's raining blood in your map, maybe. But you'd need it to be like 4 or 5 ramps high at least. This is the only time that I see slip or trip. Did you know that nothing gets climbing experience unless it's a constructed smooth wall? Vexing Raven. Like, climbing a tree doesn't give climbing experience. Anyway, also, all cats are legendary climbers. You had a werewombat militia to station outside of the entrance to their isolation room, and half of them climbed back out of the pit. Oh my god. That sounds horrific. That's only something that you learn if you play too much adventure mode. In regards to how XP works for climbing mechanics. Dwarves get stuck in trees because the way leaves work, this is a guess. The way leaves work seems to kind of be like a one-way stair. So like if you're playing adventure mode, you can't climb through this, but you can climb through this. Now, if you have no climbing experience, you can climb up through this, but you can't really climb back down through this. So if you end up on one of these leaves, isolated from other leaves, you can kind of get stuck on these leaves. You can walk along branches, but you can't walk along leaves. And because you can climb up through them, sometimes they can't get back down. And so the result is they end up here and they go, I'm on a platform and I have no idea how to climb, and I don't know how to get back down. Like, they could climb these trunks if they could get to them, but if they can't get to the trunk, then they can't get back down. Dwarves get stuck in trees because if they are panicking and fleeing, they will just climb anyways. Because even if they have no skill in climbing, they can climb. They just aren't incentivized to, if that makes any sense. But, like, they can try and fail a dice roll a whole bunch. Like, if you see a dwarf, like, run to a wall and get the little climbing thingy, like, right there, but not actually go up or down or side to side, they're panicking and just doing the dice roll anyway. Like, it's a last-ditch effort kind of thing. So, yeah. Also, we're about to get hit by some ads. I will just let them run and just chill out while they're running. Just leave the game paused. You've been tempted to spend a day cross-referencing the Dwarven Dictionary with the new dinos to make names like that, although I have no intention of making it a mod. I mean, it would be very easy to mod. It would just be a Control-F, edit the raw file, 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 until you've edited them all, and then just copy-paste and back it up. How do you get a dwarf unstuck from a tree? You either give them a way down. Oh, the other way they can get unstuck, they can get stuck in a tree is with, what's it called? Step ladders. So like, let's pretend that there's a dwarf stuck here, okay? Like there's a dwarf stuck here. This dwarf has no way to get over to here because it can't walk here. It can walk here, but it would have to jump from here to there. You could build a staircase up to there, or you could just chop the tree down. I usually just chop the tree down. Once in a blue moon, it'll kill them, but like, oh well, cost of doing business. Or if you just make like a spreadsheet of like the list of names that you think are cool, you could give it to somebody else who can make it into a list pretty easily. It had a bad ending. Skill issue. I mean, I don't actually know. I can't say that I've had too many bad endings from that, but I've had a couple. I'd be lying if I said otherwise, but not many. So these dudes out here are just going to slowly deal with the murder birds and animals for me. Just going to have to top up their supply every so often. What happened with the power? According to the power company, a fuse blew at a local substation and they had to flip a switch, and it took about 10 minutes to come back. Which is one of the reasons why I had construction on the road last summer. Here is because they're building in more redundancy for power because the city has grown. Comes with the territory of living on an island. As you have less power redundancy than you would, you know, near a giant city. Apparently like 3,000 people had no power for like 10 minutes. So let's get you guys getting all of your gear again. Let's also throw in Iron Greaves. And you clearly didn't find anything of value. Yeah, well, November will have better power redundancy. That's fine. The power's gone out, I think, twice since I moved here, and I've been here a year and a half. And the first time it went out was because of a massive, like, uncharacteristically windy windstorm. Let's just keep on raiding this place and see if we can get... Oops, nope, that's not what I want. I like the fact that my messenger is, like, doubling as an undercover agent. The Thunder. I don't really have... The Rhythmic Thunder of Thieves, the Rhythmic Plunder. No. The Piece of Thieves. Get to it, Dwarf. Does that translate to Kenshi? No, because Kenshi is a playable video game. I've gotten more and more blunt with adventure mode over the years. I really like adventure mode. It's not really a finished product. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a video game that can be sold that is interesting. Adventure mode is a concept for a video game that never got fully developed. Like, there are parts of Dwarf Fortress that people like to say are janky and underdeveloped. It's adventure mode. Like, it hurts me to say it a little bit, but, like, genuinely, like, it's adventure mode. Like, adventure mode is neat, but, like, no, not really. It's not like Kenshi. Because, like, adventure mode is a open world RPG flavored dungeon crawler with, like, reasons to explore the world, and all of those reasons are it gives you more knowledge of how the game works and ways to figure out, like, what's going on in your world. All of them are pretty surface level and can be completely ignored, and that's, like, the entirety of it. So, like, when it comes to Kenshi's like a full video game. Just like Caves of Cut. Caves of Cut is a full video game. And, like, people will say, like, oh, well, Caves of Cut is, like, what adventure mode should be. It's, like, to a degree, but, like, I think ideally adventure mode should just be, like, a more sandboxy, life simmy-ish, like, Mountain Blade. Reports are up? Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, I guess it is the first, isn't it? Let's see what Tarn has to say on this 1st of July. The report for the start of the month in July. Oh, wow, that's a big note. Big note from Tarn, chat. Big note from Tarn. Who doesn't like a big note from Tarn? And thanks to those of you who've tuned back in, by the way. Tarn says, extinct creatures have been released that seems to have gone mostly well, aside from odd issues with syndromes and old saves. Right, yeah, that happened. And biteless Tyranno people. Wait, Tyrannosaurus people didn't have the ability to bite things? That's very funny. I'm glad people like the critters. I've started on magic effects and rituals, as mentioned last time. The links between procedural Lua and text raw knowledge skills and research methods and activities and professions and such have come together. Jesus. The links between procedural Lua, text, and raw knowledge, so that's all moddable, skills, research methods, activities, professions, and such have come together. Wow. And I have little debug wizards casting spells based on knowledge alone, rather than syndromes or primordial items. Well, that's cool. There's a magical projectile effect that can trigger an additional interaction on impact so that we can expand beyond the era of magic dusts and such to handle spell-like effects. Magical projectiles have their own layered palletized animations. Ooh. And their impact effects do as well. This includes special palettes for divine metals and fabrics, which can also be used for sphere-linked colorization generally. This month will see continued work in this direction. We no longer do the big multi-year releases. We were going to do an especially long one for Magic before Steam, as many know. So there's more picking and choosing what this first Magic release is going to mean. We're focusing on Fort Wizards, of course, and templates and temples and attacks, and a bit with the underground and ruins. The next big thing to do is expand the new activity definitions to encompass multi-stage rituals for multiple participants to be conducted in temples or around magical work areas, code-wise. These have the most in common with tavern dances, and we are already using smaller single-move versions of these spell casting that don't create actual in-game activities. Whoa. Cool. Sounds like Tarn's been busy. That first batch of text seems like like the bulk of the work, though. like everything tying into everything and functioning. Sounds like it's coming along. I don't really know what else to say. Neat. Existing conflict? I'm just gonna dump all those. Just not worry about them. You guys are gonna go up here and just train. Can't wait for nuclear missile packing book nerd to have a meltdown. I mean, I'm still waiting. I just want to know what's going to happen if they add a fireball spell. Like, that's honestly the thing that I want to know the most. Like, what's going to happen if they add a fireball spell? Because if they add a fireball spell, to me, that is just like pause time. Because, like, fire is one of the most effective things at destroying the frame rate. So I'm like, very, very cautious of that. 2 tiles of Dragon Flame? Yeah, it would need to be like a... It would need to be something that would also get rid of causes of smoke or just not cause smoke. See a lot of friendly fire if they add that? It depends on how specific it is. I mean, like, you could have as much friendly fire as a ballista and be fine. You know, like, ballistas already cause friendly fire. Like, kind of borderline extreme amounts of them. So, I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't disagree, but also, could be okay. Although, here's the other reality. If there's water spells and fire spells, you know what that means, right, chat? Obviously, we're going to be making a lot of, and then the Fire Nation attack jokes, but you know what that means? Steam? No. Well, yes, but no. That's not what I was thinking. Obsidian encasement spell? I mean, that's just... Divinity? Shh. You guys don't know what this means. This means that if you shoot a dwarf with fire and set them on fire, and then shoot them with water and extinguish the fire, it'll be like a liposuction spell. Also lots of temperature checks. But like, liposuction spells. So all you need to do is trick 2 wizards into shooting their spells at a wall with a dwarf going, ah! And then blast them a little bit, and then give them a shower, and then, boop, problem solved. All fat gun. I've played this game too long. I'm just doing science in my head, okay? Just don't mind me. Because, like, you can already do that with minecarts, but, like, you know. Zin Elrug Muka Vop. What do you suppose Zin Elrug Muka Vop is? Oh, he's just a human. That's unfortunate. That's a weird-ass name, though. Palestern the Knots of Stabbing. I don't know who you are. Heck, I don't even know what you are. I don't know what you want. But you ain't 19 years old. That's kind of sus. I mean, his first kill was in 1967. 267. And apparently he's 19 years old. All right, we got to give old Zin... What the shit? That's it? That's no gorilla. Still livestock. Now we're talking there, bud. Get back to it there. Okay, hold up. I need to know, is it war trainable? It is. Would you look at that? I mean, most of the, like, I think all of them can be pets. That's what we need. I'm actually going to go here and just say... Scroll down to here. Unpause the rest of these. I just need to make sure that my captain of the guard actually has an office assigned. Does. Wait, does he? Does. Okay. Look at all the groups you're a former member of and now enemy of. Member of the Order of Constructing, which is a religion. No, are you leaving? Motherfucker, he left. We'll never know, chat. He's gone. You gave these dwarves a break. Let them go store their stuff. Legendary Bone Carver is the doctor. That's kind of concerning. I wonder how many of those bones are still internal. If it was functional, yeah. Oh, it's a Giga Elephant? How big are those things? If anybody knows. Why are you dizzy? Oh, because you're out in the sunshine again? Oh, that's interesting. Well, now it's war trained. Well, if anybody knows how big they are, I'd be curious to know. It's going to hang out with my other critters out here. Looks terrifying. I mean, it kind of just looks like a dopey elephant. Where are you going there, pupper? It's got the zoomies. Peanut or Dumbo. There you go. Is that what you wanted? Congratulations to Shah Shamzoomer in YouTube chat who's finally bought a laptop. Congrats. In Ark, they're bigger or the same size as a mammoth, so they're like a mammoth size. Got it. Dumbo or Peanut. I mean, you said Dumbo or Peanut. I mean, okay, I want the real important... Okay, so this is a very useful wiki, right? Right, this is real Wikipedia. It's good. You should donate money to them. They're good people. But that's not useful to me here. I need to look it up on Dwarf Fortress. Uh-oh. Sure, that's good. Maybe it... Okay, there it is. It's, okay, I know that's really big. But they do actually take 10 years to grow up. Eurus likes Dinoarthriums for their backward curving tusks. Really useful for opening cans, I'd assume. Well then. Terrifying. For reference. Well, I mean, not everyone can edit. They'll only let you, like, you can try. You can submit edits, but they won't necessarily let you edit it. Are you going to argue with me as to whether or not Wikipedia is a good resource? Dr. Octagon in YouTube chat? You sound like a cartoon villain. Versus an elephant. So yeah, it's like roughly twice the size of an elephant. It's also Wikipedia that I back up on my home server. It's a dumb reference? Ah! Okay, well, if it's a dumb reference, it doesn't land like a dumb reference. Sorry for jumping to conclusions. The caravan of Guzrug has arrived. Overall trade sentiments are great. Well, that's good, I guess. At least something's good here. Just gonna sell all the loose clothing because I've got extras. Sell the weapons that don't need nor want. Actually, just literally everything except for the iron battle axes, I think. Yep. $170 items. Huh. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the source material, Octagon. I guess my nose was on point with the you sound like a cartoon villain, though. Also, not to be rude to the encyclopedia, but anybody can edit their own encyclopedia. Just need a little bit of whiteout and like a pencil crayon. Sure, you could do that. Look at how much the moods have improved since I built that deep hole that goes through the aquifer. Anyway, he meets with the outpost liaison, Mebzith. No. I do not qualify for that. Your dwarf fortress streets with gold. Good lord. Gold? It's kind of gaudy. Just gonna throw those musical instruments into the tavern. Which, where did I put it? Oh, it's up. This tavern kind of sucks. I did know that, and that's also why I don't... One of the many reasons why I don't build roads in Dwarf Fortress. Because roads can be toppled, and I find that very annoying. Like, genuinely, I find that quite annoying. Oh, they're back again. Any good wars happen? We had a pretty... Okay, my power went out for like 10 minutes, which was a bit of a buzzkill. But we had a pretty good siege early on from a bunch of goblins. Well, you're just gonna fit in with the crowd. So, we got another one of those. But that I think is maybe the most interesting thing that's happened so far as like wars go, is getting sieged by goblins. I am repeatedly stealing random animals from the elves. We got one of these recently, which is fun. Not too tired of the fort yet. Well, hopefully it'll end itself. I'm just trying to have like a big final showdown either today or tomorrow is kind of my plan. Like if I must be specific kind of deal. Let's see what I can trade. Usually what I do if I'm going to make a road. Did they ever make roads colored? I don't think they did. Let me check. Because roads do give happy thoughts. Yeah, no, they didn't. I think they're still just gray, but let me use a different material and triple check. So that's limestone. Let's do one right next to it and make it out of, I don't know, conglomerate. Buy those chains. Not the helmet snake venom. Keep all the milk though. Keep all the buckets. All the bags and seeds. That's too expensive. Some of those are real expensive. I would take the steel anvils, but I don't really need them. Just gonna grab the plump helmets because I'm lazy. And the cheap books. No, not all of them. And they're the same. Well, here's what I'll show you what I do with those once the ads are done. Because currently I'm in an ad break. I'm gonna use the opportunity to just go take a toilet break. I will be right back. I'm also gonna go rinse my coffee mug. Yeah, it's one of the most underappreciated videos I've done in the last year or so. That was easy, wasn't it? There's actually a link down beneath the channel. Clino. And also my website. Okay, with that done, here's what I do with roads. Once they've built them, I have a trick. I don't often build roads because I'll be honest, I forget they exist. Funny fact, if you build a road out of stone over top of a bunch of like grass and trees normally grow there, and then the road gets toppled, the trees immediately grow to full size if they've been at full size for a while. It's like they're just waiting to spring out and pop up Be completed. You seem sus. Anyway, what I do is I make them invisible. So there's now a road there. That's a road. Can make it visible again using that tool. Why is he blue? Because he's sus. He's undead. It's like a thrall. But I can make it invisible again. And then get the happy thoughts of being near a road. Plant pressure mechanics. Yeah, it's just similar to the exploding trees. Speaking of sus, this is a naked lasher with 17 kills. Huh. What? Excuse me, sir. This is a school zone. Migrants have arrived despite the danger. Where is your office? Meaning, like, you should be able to interrogate that duder. Sussy McSussface. What's so weird about that? He's killed 17 pieces of livestock around the fortress. Not around the fortress, around the world. He's a noted killer of random livestock. That's why he's sus. I do actually think this is a were creature. Like this guy being a were creature would make perfect sense. But he's gonna leave the map, so we'll never know. Unless he comes back. Anyway, we're up to 80 dwarves again. So that's good. Scratch that, 90 dwarves. Maybe not 90 dwarves, but 80 dwarves. +1 when Vlad comes back. Sometimes a naked man with a whip gotta eat. Yeah, not in my fort, though. Seems like he's probably a danger to the children, if I were to guess. Speaking of dangers to the children, Vlad is throwing a tantrum. Re-enters the map, immediately throws a tantrum. I've had it with this shit. Get off the map. Go. Steal more livestock, please. He immediately stops throwing a tantrum and goes and gets a drink. That's funny. Okay, so now that I've got that going, what did you get? How'd you do? Stole more livestock? Let's hope it's something new. I don't even really care what it is, as long as it's something new. Just a fucking monkey? That's the best that you could do. It's like the best I could do is $5. It's not what I meant, guy. You know, fuck it. I'm gonna send out a brave scrap squad. We're going to go assist the old haggard Vlad. I wouldn't do it immediately. Well, actually, now you can. Do it immediately, and if they fail and accidentally start a war, then just like immediately start sending messengers being like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, until you improve relations. Like, actually, that, like, there's no... The only previous limitation was, like, you might not want to do that right away, because if you do it right away, there's a, like, a chance that you accidentally send dwarves directly into the meat grinder, and that's, like, maybe not the best. But, like, Let's actually just do arrows. Send that, send that. And that. I am using DF hack. It's right there. So I am right now. It's just in disguise. Adra the Metal Outlaw, how are you doing? How's things, man? I'm going to a metal festival in a few weeks, actually. Gonna miss a Thursday stream later in the month. Going to Armstrong Metal Fest. Gonna go see Dying Fetus. Excited. Amongst some others. Make a bunch of references to metal bands that 3 people in chat will get and be like, oh, hell yeah! And everybody else will be like, the fuck are you talking about, man? Who the fuck names a band Dying Fetus? It's just gross. And you know what? It is kind of gross. I actually kind of agree. But, still good, though. But yeah, no, if I go grab the lineup, it's taking them a while to actually get a poster set up. Rivers of the Nile and Dying Fetus. Cyborg Octopus into Eternity. And then everybody else is like, even people in the scene, unless you're local, haven't heard of them. The others are not Iron Kingdom, Lycanthro, WMD. Don't even know how to pronounce that. Siren? Nameless King. I've seen them before. Die Another Day. I love Die Another Day, and I'm really excited to see them, actually. Frost Hymn. Farm, no idea. Storm of the Empire, no idea. Shotgun Divine, no idea. Sounds like a weird Christian band, though. And then whatever Skiskis is, no idea. Vintersea, Odin Fist, know all those. Witch, I know them. Art of Attrition, I know the name. I haven't seen them. Fallen Sun, somebody named Judge of Juror. Somebody named Brian. This is like one of my favorite things about big metal festivals is there's always one person just named Brian. It's Witch with a Y. W-Y-C-H. Gregarious, Impalement, Broken Crow, somebody named Martin, Daniel Martin in the Infamous, don't know what that is, and The Collapse, who I've seen. Dying Fetus is the only name that you recognize? Really? Oh, okay. Rivers of the Nile is like similar tier to Dying Fetus. Dumb question. Are you just very inaccurate with items in the trade screen, or is there a hotkey to not click so many items? I was clicking bolts. I just didn't want to do the iron bolts. I could, there is a select all button, but I was not hitting the select all button because I didn't want to sell the iron bolts. But I wanted to sell bone bolts. So am I very, accurate selecting on items? I guess. I feel like that comes with the job description is clicking things accurately. I click buttons in OBS constantly that are significantly smaller than those. It's WYCH, which is one of those bands that I've definitely seen music videos for before, but don't really go out of my way to actively listen to. I mean, it's not an expensive metal festival for whatever that's worth. Like this is not like a big prestigious event. This is like a small town in the middle of nowhere that's like in the mountains. It's gonna be hot though. We get to camp in a baseball diamond. So it should be fun. Which witch though? I feel like there's many a witch band. Sax. No idea. Never heard of them. Adra? I've listened to an uncomfortably large amount of a band that I don't think is very good, but I think is really funny. Well, they're not bad, but they're of a type. I stumbled on them recently, and they literally have like 4 songs released total that they're releasing every couple weeks. They're called Short North, and the first song they released was called Fred Durst. Because I was trying to find some footage of Fred Durst saying something dumb that I remember seeing ages ago and wasn't able to find it, but I did find their music video. If you think Limp Bizkit is hilarious, you will laugh your ass off watching that music video. There's something about it that is very funny. So this is Witch, WYCH, which is a death metal band. So not the witch you're thinking of, I don't think. Not to be confused with All Them Witches, or Witch Hound, or Skeleton Witch, or Witch Killer, or Witch Hunter. Those are the bands I know of off the dome that have the word witch in the name. But I'm sure there's more that I've seen. There's probably a band called Witchcraft. Got this right before they left, so that's good timing. Buy some more books, sell the rest, done. And done. I think my Order of Thieves got absconded. Vlad led the attack, and the goblin Engror Bewitched Split led the defense. Bewitched Split's tactical planning was superior to the dwarf, and Vlad, the cooperation of disemboweling as defender, and because of that, Vlad's squad had a disadvantage, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. The piece of thieves, led by the dwarf Vlad, clashed with 198 bobcats. It's like fighting with an army of 12-year-olds. Vlad struck down an elf. One of my dwarves struck down a goblin. And then my 2 dwarves were imprisoned. How good are you? Do something a little bit unorthodox. I'm going to unassign the war animals from this squad. Just making sure that they don't have any assigned, which I don't think they will. And then I'm going to send this squad to go raid and try and reacquire those 2 dwarves. I don't think any of the other ones have animals assigned, but I need to know, because they can't sneak in without animals, with animals assigned. It'd be nice if there was a menu here that would say what animals were assigned to the squad, but c'est la vie. Okay. There they are. Good luck, dwarves. Saving Private Jurist. Oh, yeah. And leading the squad, I don't know, should I say it? Our Ast, the militia commander, has 2 notable kills as well as 67 other kills. And obviously has experienced much trauma in her life. She has 11 pets. Her mother and father are both dead. They were both also in the military. Good luck, dwarves. Knight's Fist Grimwin Pikeman is fighting with ravens. Well, that's good, I'm sure. Chat, can I get a round of beers for saving Private Jurist, except for Jurist McBoss, who's going to go take a nap. Also along with the squad is Shinobi, who's legendary. He's got 6 notable kills, 63 others. Also got just some wrestler who's just like along for the ride. Out they go. Good luck, dwarves. $25 silver bolts. Let's see how we're doing for bars. 280 iron bars, 287 copper. Copper bolts. 100. And let's make another one of these. Shadow would like a non-bearded dwarf in Shadow's name. I think you have one. I could be mistaken. That's not what I wanted. Siege, that's what I wanted. You do, in fact, have one, unless there's another Shadow and I'm crazy. But you do, in fact, have one. Since you are smelting Luminite, I'm going to name this Shadow's Furnace. Give that to you. And remove other tasks. You're now a very successful dwarf. But Dino named Spive, you said? Spive is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust and is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She's a friendly individual and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and finds helping others emotionally rewarding and doesn't often feel envious of others. Welcome to the fort. Okay, there's 13 egg there. That one can be taken because it's not fertile. There's 25 there. Those can be taken because they're not fertile. It's 22 here. Those can be taken because they're not fertile, which means they've all hatched. So these are all my dinos. Actually, let's say let's train all of the male ones for war. Because they don't get stuck in nest boxes. Butcher a few of these. We've probably hit some sort of one of the caps. And there they go. So, I still stand by what I said. They make too many more dinosaurs. Like, kind of way too many. Silver Spear was stolen by Suxul. No FPS death? I only have 72 dwarves. I literally, so like, sure, for a while there I could say that I had a beefy PC. This PC was built largely in 2023. No, 2020. And then had one part swapped out in 2022. So this is largely a 2020, 2022 PC. This is not like a top-of-the-line, like, beefy PC. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have FPS death problems unless you're doing ridiculous things. Like, genuinely. Or if there's fire everywhere. Or if you're, like, spraying water cannons. But, like, if you're just playing the game, like, the game does not do that. So this is a 7800 X3D. Sacks. 40 dwarves? No, 71. Not 40. Where are you getting 40 from? Oh, your fort is over 1 million created wealth. What do I do? Where there are no migrants for 2 years, you even tried to use DF hack. Go to the noble's screen, assign a messenger, send the messenger to go and make contact with, like, your own dwarven faction, and try to improve relations with your own faction. Do that. Otherwise, you're just SOL, and I can't help you. But, yeah, or make sure that you don't accidentally have a pop cap set. I'm just kind of assuming that you don't have a pop cap set, but do make sure that you don't have a population cap set. Like, that's just kind of a given. To your own civ, are you tripping? Can you not? I thought you could. Hold up, I only have like 2 spots in my own civ. I mean, it says it's inaccessible, so that would be why. This is my own civ. Yeah, I guess you can't. Okay, I thought you could improve trade relations with your own civ. Just improve trade relations around your civ and hope. There's literally nothing I can say then. I thought you could, but I guess you can't. I must have been like confusing them with hillixes, which you have a bit more control over. But sometimes you just don't get migrants. Like I've had periods of like 2 to 4 years where I don't get migrants before, without me really doing much of note. Do make sure that there's no merchants stuck on your map. That would be the last thing I would say, YouTube chat. And also, DF hack almost never actually works for that kind of thing. Just an FYI. So you're probably not doing anything wrong. DF hack's just not as functional as it pretends to be in some cases. And I've like tried to do that as well, and literally it's never worked. Oh, never mind. Shadows in the military. Can't actually do that with shadows specifically. It's full multi-threading world gen? Why? Why world gen specifically? Like, world gen, you can just kind of like, I don't know, it's like downloading something. You just like press go and get up and walk away. I mean, in all fairness, I have a higher population than this. Just some of them aren't on the map at the minute, zombie, but thank you. And it was actually, and you were actually able to play it? Wait, every setting? You mean like every advanced world setting or every default setting? Because if every advanced world setting, that's interesting. One giant plateau surrounded by water that was somehow viable. Well, plateaus would be playable as dwarves. Did it have all of the factions? What the water on the stairs and the magma forges is for? This map has like a 30 Z level deep. It's not actually that deep. It's, hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14-ish layer deep aquifer. And I'm just letting water fall down the central staircase and draining it this way and just using it as like a mist. Provider of mist. So every dwarf that runs down here gets to be near a waterfall. Which is the only reason the moods are functional. Because they were categorically dysfunctional before that. And before I started doing that. Had all of them? Huh. Interesting. I have a question. Like, I categorically disagree with most people's definition of FPS death because I will push back on this forever and will probably continuously be pushing back on it for forever. FPS death is only something that occurs if and when the frame rate hits 0 for a long period of time. Like the fort that I did relatively recently that was on the ocean was constantly hitting FPS death. Or in an ad break, so I have to pause. But I don't consider that to be FPS death because I was doing it intentionally and could stop it. Even though I was getting like 4 frames a minute. Like, if your FPS goes down to like 5, that's not FPS death. That's just your game slowed down heavily and you need to fix it. But that's not FPS death. Am I trading? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, in regards to the person who's not getting migrants, yeah, you need to trade in order to get migrants. Gagakashi, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, dude. From the highest Z level to the lowest. Like pouring through into the underworld? That might be a challenge to do in a straight line, but it'd be cool. Getting through the semi-molten rock might be a challenge. I don't know if you can still dig up through it, but you used to be able to. Yeah, that's called YouTube chat's now talking about Generations forts. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime sub? Thank you very much, dude. Thanks for the support. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, unless your frame rate is literally at 1 or less frames per second for an extended period of time and doesn't fix itself organically, and you have no way of fixing it, it's not FPS death. Like, FPS death really hasn't existed in Dwarf Fortress for quite some time. Like, it'll slow down on certain computers for sure, but calling it FPS death is just kind of disingenuous to the definition. I feel like this is like shadow turned off. Let's try this. And then continues through warm notifications. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now it's working. Weird. I had to turn it off and on again. Huh. But yeah, I don't know. I think that World Gen did actually get a little bit slower after the last update. But honestly, like, World Gen I think is the last thing. World Gen just needs to not crash. I think that's like my only real rock solid requirement for World Gen is don't crash. As long as it doesn't crash, then largely I personally feel that it's kind of fine. But maybe I'm being too generous. I don't know. Maybe I should have, like, higher expectations. Not only should it not crash, but... I'm sure there will be days where we have more bugs discovered, like the one that Putnam... Or maybe not bug, but, like, oddities discovered and optimizations discovered, like the one Putnam found where suddenly World Gen was like 100 times faster. Like, maps taking hours to generate 500 years of history or 400 years of history. Like, if you go back and watch my early interviews with Tarn, it takes like the entire video to generate like 600 years and then an additional like 3 hours to finish generating the 1,000 years or whatever I set. And now I like generate 5,000 or 6,000 year old worlds in the time it takes for us to do the interview. Yeah. No, I mean, it would be lovely. It's just pretty low on the priority list as far as I'm concerned. Because unless you are genuinely hardcore, and I would respect the hell out of you for it, and are generating like dozens of worlds constantly, like, it's not the most beneficial of the optimizations the game could get at the moment, I don't think. I think right now, actually, some of the most beneficial ones would probably just be like adventure mode running better. Okay, main squad's back. Let's see how that went. It works surprisingly well. The only issue I have is the save and load time. Yeah. I would just set it to save every other month and then just get up and leave when it saves, because that would take a while. Well, they do have a good Goblin Defender now. So even though this was supposed to be like a sneak-in raid, they still discovered us. Well, let's hope that they're able to return. With some livestock, if nothing else. Why? I'm not a human. I mean, you'd probably have a very similar effect with, like, you know, a 2,000-year-old world. Not a single world leader is not a vampire. That happens kind of a lot anyway. Oh, you weren't serious? Okay. Fair enough, but... I remember there was somebody who was building a laptop that did nothing but generate Dwarf Fortress worlds on repeat. And it basically wrote a script to let the world just generate for 9 years or whatever. And whenever it would crash, he would restart it. And his high score was like 30,000 or something on version 47.05. It was just like a laptop that he had like sitting on a shelf that just like ran 24/7. Poor little CPU. Just getting hammered. It's like maybe the only thing that's nicer to do to your computer than crypto mining. Let's keep at it, dwarves. Get back out there. The Chasms of Metal is your full title. Let's just do this monthly. Uh-oh. 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 Do I just have too many dwarves working? Why, Uh-oh. That's probably why. It's a little bit perplexing. Yeah, like all this. Well, they should be able to get rid of it. I guess I don't really... Oh, here they come. Whoops. Mangrove swamp in your current world and you've never seen one. You're excited playing it? Ooh. I mean, the only real difference you'll have between another swamp is, like, the creatures you'll find in it will likely be quite different. Likely the creatures you'll find in there will be quite different. Let's make some soap. Make ash. Make lye. Make soap. Let's make 50 of each. Just need to make sure that I have all the stuff that I need for it, though. And by everything I need, I mean just a pile of this. I'm just gonna go here and make 2 asheries, I think. At least an ashery. Expand the food stockpile, as I was intending to a while ago and then never did. Regarding trash piles, you've never seen to get them to work with quantum stockpiles reliably? Any idea why? What are you trying to do? I mean, if you set them up just like any normal quantum stockpile, they should work. I'm not sure what you're trying to do specifically, Matt Linnet. Like, if you're just trying to dump them over the ledge, like, I mean, it works reliably for me, so I'm not totally sure. I want to make a headless instance of whatever I can buy RAM and home and for your future home lab again. Yeah, I getcha. Hold on. Speaking of RAM, let me double check that my server turned back on. I just looked over at my network switch and saw that the light was orange. I was like, why is my server not on? Oh, that's scary. Although it checks out that it's got a poison bite. A forgotten beast named Otu has come. A 3-eyed tarantula. It has lacy wings and a bloated body. Its sapphire exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its poison chompers. Okay, well, it's not in the layer where it can get to me, I don't think. Nope, it is not. So I'm not too worried about that. It is cool looking, though. I mean, look at it. It's kind of pretty, actually. Might need to read your previous message for context. What, the project to run the... Like, no, I did. I just didn't read it out loud. But, I mean, if you want, like, fully automated Dwarf Fortress, you basically have to use the old ASCII headless ones. Because, like... version 47.05 and earlier can like be run headless, and there's also like whatever they call it, like auto fort or whatever that script was called, that just let people, or rather let the player that let the player build like fortresses that were completely automated. Not that they were even remotely efficient, but like I've seen people do things like make essentially, how do I put this? Like picture frames in walls that just play Dwarf Fortress and stuff like that. Just follows random dwarves around like a fish tank type deal? Okay, so just kind of elaborating on what I was just saying. There used to be a script called Autofort. Someone was saying that it works in like version 50 now, which I haven't looked, to be honest. But Autofort used to basically just like run Dwarf Fortress on autopilot. Like some people are like, oh, it uses AI to play Dwarf Fortress. It's like, no, it's not. It's not what it's doing. It uses DF hack alongside of macros to automatically do keyboard inputs to build buildings periodically based on resources that are available. It's okay, very bad at the game, but does work. And so you can sort of make a DF fish tank if you really try. It won't be any good. There was a live stream that ran for forever, which Clino can maybe garner the name of. I can't remember the name of it. But there was a live stream that ran forever that was just a 24/7 like auto fort running. But eventually it just kind of went away because like nobody ever really watched it. Which is kind of a shame, but also like it wasn't all that interesting. It had some good music. There's been several over the years. I'm thinking of like the one that was like 2016 era. Oh man, I fucked up an artifact. Shit. That's a bummer. I'm sorry, what? Why is there a random soldier of the night on my map that's like killing one of my dwarves? What the hell's happening? There's no siege. It's nothing, just this dude. Oh! Oh! Oh. It's an agitated soldier of the night. This is just a wild animal. Oh, that's fucked up, man. Oh, that is fucked up. Oh, that's very fucked up. And kind of freaky. That is kind of freaky. This is the soldiers of the night. Or whatever, like, power metal ballad that would be. I was kind of thinking, and the rainbows in the dark, but, you know. Let's make some more dirt roads. Keep these trees away. Not happy, bonked in head. Very factual, yes. You're using the large stockpile to tile, and they seem to, and using minecart orders. They seem to leave it alone. You need to remember that hauling refuse and rotting stuff is like the lowest priority job of all time. So if dwarves are really busy, that don't look like no butterfly. I realize that this is a so this here is a fish person named Night Throwers, who's the holy butterfly of the heavenly denomination, but also is a member of the Odorous Council, which is a criminal organization. And is wielding a silver whip. Something's fishy about this one. I kind of just want to unexist you. I just don't trust you. At all. Silas did get heavily injured from that. Took a couple lashes. It's a lot of combat that's suddenly happening everywhere. But you're now getting pulled into the wounded pile. No. Maybe. I don't know if I have any animal trainers that are set as animal trainers. I don't have anything that's not dwarven, though. They've all died. Would that not cause a massive diplomatic incident for killing a religious leader? Only if you care about the people who belong to that religion. Besides, it's not like I killed the Pope. I just killed, like, a random monk. Or a priest, potentially. Spent like 2 months wandering around with one of your dwarves before they handed off an artifact, and the snake booked it off the map. But yeah, it's successful theft. Not sus. Not sus. Because they were snakes. Get it? I might have some humans, but no, I don't even have any humans. They're all dead. So I've got 2 animal trainers. Which one sticks out to you as better? One of them's pissed, the other one's neutral. But they're a cult, though. Stormwolf. You know, just like Microsoft. I had somebody get, like, really uppity with me in the YouTube comments on my VODs saying, what's this guy's hatred for normal people? Every single video that I've seen that this guy's uploaded on this channel, he's bashing Christianity. I've watched 4 VODs now, and in every single one of them, he bashes Christianity. I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, I make the odd joke at Christianity's expense, but I don't think I bash it. I'm clear that I'm not a fan of most mainstream religion, or non-mainstream religion, for that matter. Sitting there just thinking, like, bashing it? My God, you're sensitive. Or maybe he's just talking about me talking at Jesus. Maybe that's what's going on. I mean, most of them are totally normal, fine people. I will admit, Jangles, I do make jokes that are not even remotely lighthearted about Christianity at times. But most of them are pretty lighthearted. And come from lived experience. Lore. That's the one you want. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't feel envious of others, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He occasionally overindulges and often acts with compassion. He is trusting and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is quite confident with others that have a different appearance or culture, and his voice trails off when he's trying to think. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds that those that engage with trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and dreams of stoneware, black bronze, and golden beryl, as well as jute fabric and the color taupe gray and chains. KVs for their adorable call you monster, and wren men for their intricate songs and the way the words roll off the tongue. And the words of the cover of Saving, and the sound of the Umber Wonder, and when possible prefers to consume giant walrus and mead, and absolutely hates Moon snails. He's just like me. Fair enough, Jim. They see it as their chance. I had somebody legitimately do that to me in a bar about 2 or 3 years ago now. Decario Florio. Which was one of the funniest interactions I've ever had with a human being. Guy slurring his words, talking about how going to church saved his life and how he's so much of a better person for it, but he only cheats on his wife and smokes when he's out on work trips. It was one of the most bizarre interactions I've ever had with another human being. And then spent the whole day trying to convince me to go on a hike with him so that he could save me, quote unquote. And I just politely declined. And then ran into him 3 days later. And he was extremely hammered, and then went on about how I'm going to go to hell because, like, I didn't hike up a mountain with him. It was a very strange interaction with a person. His name was Fred, by the way. Which maybe makes it funnier. Shoutouts to Fred. I hope he's doing okay. Hope his wife found better. Where am I going with this? I need to make ballista. That's what I need. I kind of want to minimize friendly fire if possible. That's kind of the problem with ballistas. They tend to just cause piles of friendly fire. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go along here. No, this is just going to increase friendly fire. I'm just going to go along here. And just put 2 ballista up here in the corner. What was he like before? I don't know. I mean, realistically, it was just a drunk guy at a bar, so it's not like he was all that bad. But, like, I would put him more on the side of obnoxious. If I'm gonna be, like, kind to somebody who I don't really know, I would say kind of on the obnoxious side. Respectfully. Belligerent, even. Well, it's harder to break through them. So, goblins and other invaders will break down your walls. So the thicker your walls, the harder they are to bust through. Why haven't you left the map yet? Excuse me? Oh. Well, that doesn't seem ideal. I'm just going to boot you out of the squad. That's what I'm going to do. This seems not great. Go get him, Dwarfus. What are we up against? Oh. Stuff. Great. Where the hell is this? It's up here. Okay, so you go right there. Actually, let's go like right up here. Because this guy is trying to kill... This lady here is trying to kill something. And I want to help you. But in order to help you, I have to kill whatever you're trying to kill. Because you are in some sort of existing conflict with some sort of bird, probably. And I'm going to need to rescue you. But in order to rescue you, I need a dwarf to get all the way out here. Kevin is going to be your work animal here. And also you. There you go. There we go. And now you go back to clearing. Usually put stockpiles around to keep them from growing. I just periodically build dirt roads, which just does this, removes all grass, etc. Oh, that's why there's stuff on that. It's all right for a perimeter. What's up, Amber? How's things? Although maybe I should just start putting down paved roads, even if I just make them invisible. Now we get to wait for my squads to return. What are you grinding and milling? Bladeweed? What's that turn into? But how you doing today, Amber? How's things? And not experience existential dread? I think that there's such a thing as too much of a good thing. Is what I would say. So we've just got tons of emerald dye. Nifty. From that bladeweed. Require an empty barrel. Or in an ad break, so I will wait. But as far as like not drinking goes, I would actually say like that's a smart decision. Like don't do things that you're not comfortable with doing. Like there's a reason that alcoholism is a bad thing. I drink because I like the way it tastes. Primarily. And it's also a really helpful social lubricant. Like, I crave social interaction with people, and that's something that I've always found difficult to come by, whether that's, like, making new friends or keeping friends, or even just, like, being in a public place and people watching. And sitting in a bar and drinking an alcoholic beverage is a way that I can, like, interact with people who I don't already know in a relatively responsible and safe manner. So it's just a positive environment for me in almost every way. Meaning I don't really have negatives per se, assuming I don't drink too much, which, I don't know, certainly did when I was younger. But as an adult, I've gotten less dumb about that shit versus what I was when I was younger. So... I don't know. I just kind of look at it as as long as you're not stupid and like being responsible, it's for me anyway, it's a nice way to spend an evening. And that's basically it. It's just a social lubricant. And if it causes negative effects that don't have a positive impact, then yeah, don't drink. Like, that's totally fine. Like, something that, like, I think I've perplexed people on a couple of times in the past is that, like, I talk about beer on this chat a lot, and it's something that we shout about and spam in the chat. It's literally just an emote. Like, I'm not pro-alcohol in any way. I personally enjoy alcohol, but it's not something that, like, I feel the need to promote. Outside of, like, hey, if you're going to drink, maybe, like, drink something local. Support a local business, guys. That's basically all I have to say. Like, it's sort of the, like, I know some people who get positive effects out of weed. But I know some people who literally, like, it's a spontaneous panic attack. Like, you know, if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. Is there a way to read the last fight log from a dead dwarf who is in his tomb or another way? Sometimes they stick around up here for a bit. Under combat. But if it was a while ago, good luck. So, like, if like, this has all the way back into, like, the last sieges, theoretically, but they go blank after a while. So if I go to, like, here, this was a good chunk of time ago. Apparently there's a giant sparrow that got resurrected by a lieutenant, which is kind of funny. Like, lieutenant walked onto the map and summoned that sparrow. So if you can find it in here, potentially, but that's the only way in vanilla. I really wish that there was a way to see a character's character screen once they've been put into a tomb. Like, at least if you still have their body. It would be nice, but... Just gonna remove this squad from here. Cancel that mission. Main squad is returned. It doesn't show you the last combat logs, though. The question was, like, if there's a way to check, like, their last combat logs. Death cause just gives you the cause of death. Immediately fighting. You know, personally, I think engraving a slab shouldn't. Because engraving a slab, you didn't find the body, right? I think a tomb should. Because then it would give you a reason to make a tomb. Because, like, tombs, you found the body. And so, you know, you could do the whole, like, investigative thing to figure out the cause of death. And maybe, like, what they were wearing, whose blood's on them, and that kind of thing. Like, dwarves could do the little investigation thing. Like, maybe if you have, like, I don't know, an undertaker, or heck, even like a dungeon master or something who could, like, work as an undertaker or something. They could go, like, examine the body and determine cause of death, and that would just give you access to the combat logs or whatever. Something like that would be awesome. I was assuming you were writing narcolepsy. I was like, that there's a syndrome that's kind of like that, and it sucks, but... No luck. Get back out there, dwarves. Good luck. On Sunday, and 20 hours of your life is gone, and it's all my fault. You're welcome? I think. Happy to be of service? Yay? But I hope you're enjoying it at the very least. There we go. Big old pile of soap being made. You'll have to see it. I'm just gonna set up a job real quick. Dye cloth. Dye cloth! It's like dye potato. If amount of unrotten dye items and dyeable cloth. are both above 5 and 5. Let's say do 5. We don't really need to do 10. Oh boy. Hmm. It's actually a bit of an issue. I need to assign some new marks dwarves to go help. Because these dwarves are all like, we found a threat. It's up in the sky. How do we get there? Oh, God. They don't know how to get there. So I'm here to help. And you're here to stay on duty, whatever you do. But they'll start canceling those jobs probably pretty soon. One at a time. Well, you can't grasp, so I'm sure you'll do just fine. Oh, they just straight up don't even have any crossbows. Never mind, just cancel that whole thing. Just get rid of that squad. Need to make new squads anyway. Some forgotten beast has shown up. It's a huge hairy ribbon worm. Ew. It has deadly dust. Gross. These things have many brains though, right? Okay, it can get to us. This is actually a bigger threat. Yeah. Fuck it, actually. Hope I don't lose these dwarves, but I need all these dwarves on the map. Ah, there it is. Wield a crossbow in their teeth. That's harder said than done. Maybe easier said than done. There it is. Midnight in Germany. Oh, wow. Busy day. You've only flooded one fort. Intentionally or by accident? Because I'm sure that number will be way higher in the future, but it'll be intentional. Oh, never mind. It's not actually capable of getting here. Let's send you guys to clear. Because you need access to all this. That's a lot of limestone. Did I not make 3 ballista parts? I thought I did. Oh, no, just ballista arrow. Let's just make them all out of the same material, so at the very least it's a consistent color. That's all I care about. The human gelder. Yuck. Just do it Zorro style with the bolts. Why don't you just at that point wield the bolts in your teeth and throw them? Or throw them with your feet. Or build like a cool dwarfy mechanism into the thing that lets you shoot the bolts out of your walking stick. That'd be pretty dwarfy if you ask me. Some random visitor who's allegedly a human Gelder. Siege ammo. There you go. And maybe I should make this into an infinity stockpile. That or just do this. This is actually the easier way to do it. Ballista, that V. Once we get 3 parts anyway. You know what? Actually, I don't want to spend the time making these. I changed my mind. By trying to rename units, yeah, that still works. That's one of those things where I don't think Tarn knows. There's a relatively consistent pattern with things breaking in Dwarf Fort where it's like there will be this weirdly obvious thing that everybody goes, oh, that's a thing, and then we all just kind of start doing it, but nobody like is mad about it because only like game breaking things do people get mad at, and only things people get mad at really get reported as bugs. So I get the feeling that's probably one that Tarn just isn't aware of. Similar to how, like, vampires were blue for, like, 2 years until I directly told him. Because I assumed somebody had reported it. You know? Like, something that irritates a player, report it as a bug immediately, regardless of if it's even a bug or not. Something people kind of don't really care about, that'll sit forever. Now requires a guild hall. Stoneworkers Guild. Oh, really? Okay. I feel like now might be the time to turn up the difficulty. At least after the next migrant wave. I think is what we're going to do. One more migrant wave, and then difficulty go up. How am I doing? I'm doing all right, Nate. I'm doing all right. Some of you who weren't here earlier, like before my power went out too, because my power went out today. That's like the bad thing today. The power went out for like 10 minutes, and so it took my stream offline, which sucks. But aside from my power going out briefly, I do have some good news that I can actually announce. I don't even know if Clino knows this unless Clino was here earlier, but as of, oops, I think it's the 20th of this month, I will be working for KitFox for 3 months as a like assistant, basically, because they need help because there's a bunch of games getting patches and releasing out of early access over the summer, amongst other things, and so it's kind of a lot. So I will be in a pickle, sort of, because right now I don't know things. In a couple weeks, I will know things. And I can't leak things, because then I will, well, there's a funny thing in the contract, which I did sign a little bit ago, which is my, like, you know, employment contract. And it does specifically state that I have a 3-month probation period. And it's a 3-month contract, which basically means I'm on probation. So if I screw up, I'm out. So I need to not leak things. Which is going to be a bit of a challenge, I think. But it's also cool. Especially because, like, you know, I do kind of get the feeling that some people are just going to be like, man, it's about time. So yeah, looking forward to it. It'll be fun. But at the same time, like, conflict of interest is a real thing, so I'm going to have to be, like, shouting a whole bunch that, hey, you know, this is a thing now. Okay, why did my frame rate just drop? What's going on? Oh. Oh, it did make it into this layer. Well, that's scary. God damn it. This is not what I need. Also, my manager is not dead, but it seems like it makes things rot. You should go the other direction, Dwarf. Soldiers, please move up. Please. They should be able to kill it pretty quickly. Yeah, there it goes. You are unable to breathe and your entire body is rotten. Kevin's entire body is rotten. I'm going to full heal Kevin. Kevin didn't deserve that. Does that... Doesn't heal Kevin. Well, that's fun. Maybe I also need to clean him. Well, rest in peace, Mincott the cook. Mincott the cook has been found dead. Udil's dead. Limul's dead. It didn't actually heal him, so I don't actually think Kevin received a miracle. I guess Kevin doesn't really have a chance if he suddenly can't breathe anymore. Unless we learn today that dinosaurs don't need oxygen, which would be very interesting. We just lost 2 elephants as well. Yep, Kevin died. Is anybody getting carried as wounded? Nope. Well, that sucks. What if it's contagious? If other dwarves got contaminated with it, if they weren't wearing shoes, it could be contagious. But if I go down to that level where it was, it's not even on the walls. It didn't make any piles and won't make any piles unless the ground is like covered in pools of like filth. It's not contagious because it can only be contagious if the dwarves step on it with bare feet. So if the dwarves step on it or step in it with bare feet, then yes, it's contagious in the case for all of these. But usually dwarves just clean it up and it goes away. So unless you've never made clothes for your dwarves before and they don't have shoes on, you're probably okay. It used to be a much more active concern than it is now. Well, the administrator was found dead. That's unfortunate. I'm going to do something. I'm going to go up to here to the surface. Grab this zone. I'm just going to remove everything except for that. We're going to spend some time inside, I think. Your nuts is normal. You guys all go train, which is up here. You're clearly going to go fill up something or get something. I do, buttery whale fetus, but there's the asterisk that I always have to remind people when this topic comes up, which is I make around half the money when I don't play Dwarf Fortress, regardless of how many people tune in. Sometimes I make less than half the money. The last time I went on a binge and played a different game, I made about 10% of what I did when I was playing Dwarf Fort. So sometimes I get the itch to play other things, certainly. But because this is my job, it is much easier for me to Are you stealing something? You're stealing something. This dwarf is a criminal. And my captain of the guard is napping. So yeah, I genuinely, like, this is my job. And yes, I go on binges of wanting to play other things, but usually that manifests in one of two ways. Either I just stream one game and then stop and then stream another game, or I just kind of end a little bit earlier for like 2 or 3 weeks and play a bunch of Tetris. What is stealing? When they take an item that belongs to me and not them and then gives it to somebody random that isn't me. Well, that's fun. Yeah, that won't happen, Nevik, because if a dwarf gets covered in a contaminant, they will go just take a shower, because I've got soap and wells. So they will literally just go clean themselves, and so no, it really won't. Like, can it? Sure, but the dwarves that gets it on their person are just gonna, oh, you witnessed it. Well, that makes sense. So, like, a dwarf will witness it, or rather not witness it. A dwarf will get covered in the contaminant. If it's deadly, it'll just kill them. And then the contaminant falls off their body when they die and can't contaminate another dwarf. But, like, if it contaminates a dwarf and then that dwarf gets into a fist fight, then maybe, but, like, not really. Those are the sorts of things that were, like, much more likely to happen and possible and much more of a threat in much older versions of the game. Not so much anymore. The thing is, like, I think some people can maybe detect this if you watch my streams too much, Buttery Whale Fetus. If there's times where it seems like I'm just talking and the fort gets real chill after a while, it's probably because I'm burnt out or just tired or like don't really feel like playing right now. But, you know, I have, fortunately for myself, managed to put myself in a position where I'm very well known for one game. And so there's people that really enjoy watching me for this one game. The problem is, I know people always deny this whenever I bring it up and whenever chat brings it up. But a lot of you don't watch when I play other things, even if I'm interested in it. And it doesn't matter how excited or keen I am about another game. Maybe it's my taste in games. Maybe it's the games I play. Maybe it's the vibe of my stream changes. But like, numbers are always significantly worse. Usually they'll be slightly better for one day and then significantly worse. But money is always significantly worse. And I know that like the thing that often comes up in these topics is like, oh, well, please tell me that dwarf died. That would be very funny. The thing that often comes up is like, oh, well, you know, it doesn't really matter because if you played a lot of other games, that would shift. And maybe that's true. But the reality is I can't afford to do that. Like, it's kind of all there is to it. So. You got the new godlike one? Sure, totally. J-Mega. I'm sorry. Because I don't know how good that game is, but. I literally have one 98% edited. I just need to put some finishing touches on it. Milky Way. It'll be out soon, TM. Been working on it the last 2 weeks. That interact with pools and bathtubs. They don't, because pools and bathtubs don't interact and aren't a thing. If you make a well, dwarves use them to clean themselves. Bathtubs don't exist. Bathtubs are a myth. Do not believe anybody who claims bathtubs exist. Bathing exists, and it only happens in wells. That's it. No, I know. I assume you're in an ad. Maybe you're not. Have unique qualities or uses? I mean, there was already 400 something animals, and those animals like are largely just different sizes of the same repurposable things. So no, it's just more variety, really, so far. I mean, it'll clean them, but the game doesn't factor that, right? Vixen? Like, if a dwarf walks through a mist generator, it'll clean their clothes. But actually what it really does is it just replaces the contaminant of whatever they're contaminated with water, which is a different contaminant. But the game doesn't, like, factor that. That is just an effect that happens because of how other systems in the game work. So baths aren't a thing in Dwarf Fortress, technically. They don't do anything aside from the effect of water falling on a dwarf, which is washes whatever they're on them off and replaces it with water. Be nice to have public baths in DF. We do. They're called wells. I'm playing dumb. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. You get so much yarn from woolly mammoths. I believe it. People have been saying that, like, it's ridiculous for yarn industry. Absolutely. I'm not a human. But contaminants really aren't a threat. Like, if you're reading things that are saying that you need to worry about contaminants, you're probably reading something from version, like, 34. Because, like, that was an era where clothing was super unreliable. Like, this is all contaminants coming off these dwarves because they're standing on puddles of water. Like, that is contaminants. But as long as it's on their clothes, they're fine. And it's not going to transfer from their clothes to their skin. It's only going to transfer to their skin if they walk through a pile of it, and that can only happen in the snow. And if there's snow everywhere, you sure as shit do not want to be spraying water on your dwarves because then they'll be an ice brick. And that ain't good. No, nobody's winning in that instance. This right here can be the Stoneworkers Guild. Oh, manager died, right? That's important. Time to replace the middle manager. See if I can just make one. I'm actually not sure how much platinum I have at the moment. I think I can stop making iron when I have 500. Magnetite, if iron bars is less than 400. If limonite is less than, if iron bars are less than 400. Does this ever affect the dwarves? No. Is this a balancing thing? No. It is an effect based on how temperature works with contaminants. But the only thing that you really need to know and worry about when it comes to freezing stuff is frozen contaminants become piles. Like this is a pile of contaminants right here. But they're all pools and splatterings. Means if a dwarf walks through it, that's fine. The pool will spread and become spatterings if a dwarf walks through it. But it'll only get on their shoes. Meaning if they have shoes and like say that pool of Mega Syrup's blood is like a noxious ooze that makes you vomit profusely and then die of spontaneous bleeding. If they step in that right now, that's fine because it's just getting on their shoes. But if it freezes, then it becomes a pile. And if it's a pile, then I've never seen them become piles otherwise unless there's like a shit ton of it. But if it becomes a pile and a dwarf steps in it, it completely coats them. Or if they fall down in it, it completely coats them. So the only time you need to be concerned about that sort of stuff is if it's like actively like raining from the sky, which will cover them, or if it's freezing and it becomes a pile. Sucks. God damn it. Where the heck are we gathering plants? Cheers, J-Mega. Oh, I know why. It's because we're up here. That makes sense. Plant gatherers. I'm just going to set a handful of dwarves to that task. The manager not being one of them. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, you guys need to remember that, like, this is my job. I treat this like a job. And if you wonder or worry about, like, why I don't play other games on stream more, it's literally because I do this for a living primarily. I like this game. That helps. Certainly. If I didn't like this game, then I would be much more depressed than I am normally. But, like, at the end of the day, it is very much this is my job. I do treat it like a job. And I will occasionally stream other things, but generally, like, I can't afford to. I could afford to do that more before I moved. And that was a decision that I made. I didn't need to make that decision, but I did. There's a giant sparrow skeleton, which is fighting out here. Weird. I didn't need to make that decision, but I did. That was my choice. But I'm happy I did, because I'm much happier because I made that decision. So, you know, is what it is. Horde of Rhinos jump scare. If that's a jump scare, man, like, you would never survive any scary games. Probably around the time we get manure, I would guess. YouTube's asking about poop again. Oh, did you finally die? You finally died! Rip. It's unfortunate, but I was waiting for that dwarf to die. It's the value of you. There you go. You're high enough with one table in it. You'll love to see it. Of course something was seen being stolen. But these are all items I didn't even make. These are all items that were found. So I kind of don't care that much, to be honest. Oh, that's why. Got a bunch of native platinum bars in random places. Why don't I go down here and just get rid of these? Just use those. Do you need to have rain that would hurt you? It needs to be a terrifying biome, period. There's no other parameters. It's literally just terrifying biome. Oh, we're making platinum grates. I gotta get rid of that. Let's make that throne. There's like 30 something different effects. This is a 5x5, yeah, YouTube chat. There's like 30 something different effects that dwarves can have, or that terrifying biomes can have on your dwarves. You're not always going to get the same thing. You're not always going to have similar threats. So just do keep that in mind. You might not get what you're looking for on the first one. Like, you might end up in situations like the stupid lake where it just rained stuff that made it, like, made dwarves really sleepy and dizzy. You might get one that makes them nauseous. You might get one that causes injury. You might get one that makes them turn into thralls. Like, there's all sorts of different effects that it can have. And it's very all over the place. So just do keep that in mind, that it is all over the place and you're not necessarily going to have similar effects. Ooh. What was the name of that dye? Rhubarb. I was going to say when there is X number of rhubarb leaves, and if there's like at least 3 empty bags. Gamer guy in YouTube chat has become a YouTube member. Thank you very much, dude. Check, can I get a round of beers for the brand new YouTube member? No, that's not true. Only haunted and terrifying have a chance. Sinister don't. Sinister, like, everything will be dead and you might get, like, weird eyeballs coming out of the ground. And the, like, map will make funny sounds. But if you want, like, actual threats, like actual, like, weather effects and stuff, you need more than just, you know, weird weather. You will need a lot more than that. You can get done there. Because, like, Sinister is how you get disappointing biomes. Military, that's what I want. Let's just do Ballista. And there they go. What are you shooting at? Oh, literally just an agitated raven. Normal ass raven. Pop. Goes the Dwarfus. Good job. You do understand that people make barbecue ribs in other places of the world, right? Also, I kind of don't like ribs. But, like, you know, more power to you, my guy. I also feel like that's probably a joke. Jeez. I mean, I feel bad for every American on Earth who has never understood the joy and beauty and pure trans fat wonder of poutine. Because that doesn't exist outside of the walls of Canada and our great nation. Because nobody has ever thought of the concept of putting fucking cheese and gravy on fries before. Or cheese curds and gravy on fries before. Am I Canadian? I mean, yes. I don't know why I'm doing that with a question mark. I have said Happy Canada Day multiple times today, but I guess you weren't here for that. Also, the tags on the Twitch stream do say Canada or Canadian. But hello from BC, Canada. There's an O in poutine. Just saying. France and Belgium, it's okay. They're friends. We can work with that. You know what? I'm going to remove Cole from this squad purely because you're carrying a baby. And that seems a bit immoral. Just scar a baby. Kind of no real necessary reason. Is a Gorlak fighting somewhere? Gorlak fighting with Crundles? Yep. Poor Gorlak. Meanwhile, unrelated, Lorbam has been taken by a Fey mood. And Zoot's off. Uncle Flange, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? Jack, can I get a round of beers for Uncle Flange? Why is there Miasma over there? Flange is flanging his way into the stream. I'm relaxing. Don't worry. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders and mods? Can I get a shout out for Uncle Flange, if possible? Halal snack pack, which is a Euros kebab meat on hot chips. I don't think I've ever seen it called that. Halal snack pack thingy. Irrelevant in YouTube chat, which is just like Euros or kebab meat on hot chips. I have absolutely had hero meat on chips before. By that, I'm assuming you mean fries. Like, I've literally had that exact thing with cheese and sauce. Like, literally had that before. But nobody's ever called it a halal snack pack before. People just call it lunch. Or, like, fries with thing on it. Some Aussies in here, in the YouTube chat, but it's okay. That's what happens. We're apparently getting attacked by some human individual, singular. Stupid. Small brain. Not much intelligent. To the Raiders, my name's Greg. The internet calls me blind. I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes I play other things, but this is a very in-depth discussion about food we're having, as you can tell. And apparently, we're getting attacked by human. Maybe more than one. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out. I'm sure. Because some, oh no, not some, elf actually, who does have a Pomelo wood sword. Okay, I'm immediately quite sus. I'm gonna say battle stations actually. Battle stations every dwarf. Good luck, folks. Need to go to places. Siege engines will be like, boop. I'm gonna go up here. Say battle. Okay, you're already colored. You're already colored. Perfect. And then go to here and just remove everybody. Turn off that. All right, here we go. It's probably just the one elf, but you never know. It's just hundreds of new creatures, so yes, the new update is very good. Curse all vile fiends of holy. Oh, phew. That's okay. Never mind. I was much more. I thought that was the thing attacking me. No, it's just this. it's just the humble elf. What else do we have? It's just like hundreds of new creatures, basically. So if you want, well, not hundreds, but 100 new creatures. So if you just want a pile of new creatures, it's a great update. They seem to be doing all right. So they brought gorillas. What else did they bring? All right. Well, they're Okay, hold on. Invaders require pasture? That's not right. Okay, so they've got War Bobcat. At least they're like, you know, cats and not like excavators. War gorillas. They've got war dinotherums. Yikes. Did anybody do the thing yet? No, not the thing yet. All right. Well, wish us luck, chat. The fight's beginning. A bunch of my kiddo, you're gonna go die, but okay, fine. Here comes the Mega Serops, which is getting fought back by my dwarves and dinos. This is not my friendly one anymore. Bolts are still flying. Dwarves are going up here to go get more ammo. I'm discovering them still. Okay, what are we up against? Okay, one of them is drowning. Lol. Okay, hold on. What's going on over here? Okay, so there's some goblin up in here, but like they're fighting. Oh, that's one of mine. Rest in peace there, bud. This is also one of mine, who killed a great horned owl, apparently. There's more incoming. More cats. Thankfully, they've got no way over the walls. That's Evil War 1. My bolt throwers are still doing work. Gonna have to send these squads in a moment. Here we go. Maybe not both of them, just the lower one. And the dwarves run in and begin cleaning up the mess that's been left. Going to send the squads out to here, actually, because they're closer to ammo over there. And the militia is quite outnumbered. But the good news is while they may be outnumbered, they're all in varying levels of exhaust. So what we need to make sure that the dwarves make sure this fight is over before they get overexerted and their martial trances run out. Because if their martial trances run out, then dwarves like Warlock Joe here are not going to live much longer, but they seem to be getting through rather cleanly. Even the dinosaurs have come out to play. Uh-oh. No, I lost one. Warlock Joe! You were a fucking hero there, dude. Better day than this army that's attacking me, that's for sure. Isaias over here. He's got several kills. Rackus the Marksdwarf. Seems like you might be falling pretty soon. There's Elven Swords Masters? I lost a recruit. Thanks for the $10, Veteran. Means a lot. Appreciate ya. There's also some elves that have managed to get their way into the fortress itself, but we're having to lock down this area. What the heck is going on with you? Why are you all between weapons? Oh, it's because you're all out there injured. And the bodies begin to fall. The few remaining dwarves who have gotten rather tired of this mess are still cleaning up the masses. What are we still up against? Not all that many. They seem to be retreating. I'm going to call this fight over. Try and send the dwarves back inside. Try and get things cleaned up. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? None of those were civilians. I mean, there was some civilians in here, but none of them were outside. And I wouldn't really call them random civilians. I mean, they were siege operators. We lost Shadow, Warlock Joe, and a few other dwarves, as well as the commander of this squad, who was admittedly still a bit green. What a fucking mess. So there's a bobcat still on the map who's being chased by this little guy. Or chasing this little guy. Weak and sickly. Well, that's not good. How have I not made a slab yet? No, because you haven't finished making it. Well, that was a mess. Got a raid and run. Thank you very much for the raid, dude. Thanks for swinging by. Appreciate you, man. How are the dinosaurs? Did you try the domestic option? I tried them with wild only, but I've been stealing them from the elves. Because that just means the dwarves don't have them. But any wilderness is what I went with. Limestone bracelet. Offers it to the unwelcome lizard. Alrighty, Mayor. You can have that. I've got bigger concerns here. What a visual, hey? What a fucking visual. No, I went with the wilderness only, and these are all the ones that we now have. Just waiting on all these to be 1 year old. When they are 1 year old, we will have over like 60. There's a couple. God, you hope they don't fly. You saw some of them? That doesn't mean they have them, but... Man, gonna be bummed out to have lost Warlock Joe. It was a good dwarf. Quetzals are your favorite? I've discovered there's a very active and large Quetzal fan base. Oh, I see actually what's going on. I changed the burrow shape. That's what I did. That's the erase button, not the draw button. All right, time to just hang out for a second. Oh yeah, I mean, anybody who's in the area who could theoretically tame them could have them, but domesticated only counts for dwarves, as far as I can tell. Because the humans have, like, had products of them, so... That or it's just the elves. Regardless, like, it doesn't really matter to me. And your love for them started with Ark. I'm kind of indifferent to dinosaurs generally, but I do really like the large undersea creatures. Those are cool. But that's just because I like giant ocean creatures from like a horror perspective. I'm actually gonna swap a much stronger dwarf over to that squad. But in regards to like how the patch is, like genuinely, the dinosaurs lay way too many fucking eggs. Like that should probably be nerfed. That's my TLDR on the update, because most of them lay 20 to 30 eggs and take a year to hit full size. That's too many eggs, and they grow up too quickly. And I'm not even saying that as a forlorn parent who's like, they grow up so fast. No, like they need to either grow slower or they need to lay less eggs. It makes sense for like really small things, like maybe raptors, but like, holy shit, for a lot of stuff, like it's too much, man. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind. It's fun, but I did not say that, Vixen, but okay. Rather, I didn't say it. I think Dwarf Fortress is a horror game. You think even in world gen settings where they're rare, it's crazy? Yeah, I will always have them on at some point in some way. Around the fringes, just because I think they're fun, but... At the same time, though, it's like, you know... So there is a dwarf who had the war animals. And he died. All of these dwarves, all of these dudes out here, are now running out here to go hang out where Olin died. And I don't think I can reassign them. No, I can. I have to just manually do it. Sure, we'll just assign you to all of these. Yes. Okay. And this squad, you just go grab your stuff, please. Go pick up your equipment, go get everything equipped, and go train. The other thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to hit T, and we've got a couple things to put away in stockpiles, as you can see. So I'm just going to pause a whole bunch of jobs, because I don't actually need all of these right now. I don't even need the drinks one. Kind of good for a little bit, except for like maybe building those coffins. Overall, that went pretty good. It was a nice scene of the pants fight. Still very fun. Alon the Miller was found dead. Rest in peace, Dwarf. At least we got tons of soap. I do really like that Dwarf Fortress has gone from being like a horror, or maybe not a horror, but like a low fantasy game. I'm just saying horror because I'm staring at the word horror. I really like that Dwarf Fortress has gone from being kind of a low-ish fantasy game to just being like a schlock fantasy fiction thing, which is cool. I'm kind of a big fan of that. That's how many tombs I'll need to get placed. There goes Warlock Joe. Pour one out for Warlock Joe, chat. That dwarf took out like half that army by himself. He was a hero. He's one of the best of us. At least Ast is still alive. He's up to 83 kills. Holy shit. Same with Geshid. Very skilled dwarf. What I need is I need to go to here and just type in, or go to stray creatures, and we'll train all of you more train you. Still waiting for these guys to be adults soon. Oh, absolutely. But, like, that's kind of my headcanon of, like, the theming that Dwarf Fortress lands in, or, like, the kind of universe that Dwarf Fortress is. Which obviously doesn't mean, like, that's canon for everybody, but that's my headcanon. Is that Dwarf Fortress is kind of a, like, a pulpy, schlocky, kind of almost cartoon fantasy. Which I really like. Which doesn't mean it needs to roll for everybody, but it certainly rolls for me. So now I can just go here and go stray, war. And slowly add them to up here. These dwarves, I'm just going to take off duty for a little bit. What the fuck happened? We got attacked by an elven army. Bunch of elven ambushes. Although, elven militia commanders should go into stealth. Because they don't. That kind of annoys me, actually. I mean, the only reason it was dark fantasy before, I'm not a human. Also, I don't think a lot of people said that. I think the only reason it was dark fantasy before was because the background was dark. And the music was kind of creepy. And it was just people thinking. But, like, if you ever looked at the crayon drawings that Zach and Tarn drew, the game was never dark fantasy. It was always very, like, cartoon fantasy. Which is why I never fully understood the, like, comments that some people had, which was like, oh, Dwarf Fortress is the darkest, scariest, blah, blah, blah game of all time. It's like, not really. I mean, come on. Let's not be stupid here. Let's not be silly. Are you really saying that? Like, Dwarf Fortress has always been, like, a very cartoony, over-the-top, silly game. Even when it's serious, it's still always been very over-the-top cartoony. Does the game mechanics change since 2015? Digging into the underworld is more difficult. Mark's dwarves work as you expect them to now, and are much easier to deal with. Dwarves can equip whips without modding the game. Digging into hell is a pain in the ass. I don't care if that artifact's getting stolen. Things steal your artifacts. Guild halls exist and should be utilized. Guild halls are like taverns or libraries, except you can use them to, like, teach young dwarves skills. They're kind of like schools, but they do act as a socialization and meeting zone. I'm trying to think. What else has changed since 2015? The game runs a fuck ton better. World gen happens about 100% faster. Catapults are usable now. Sieges are a lot harder and more varied. Bolt throwers exist, which are like fully automatic crossbows. They're like machine guns, basically. Goblins have more threatening pets. There's full mouse support. Yeah, the UI is different. The old hotkeys don't work anymore. You don't need Dwarf Therapist for anything anymore. Probably place that. Temples work kind of differently. They can petition for specific guild halls and temples. They just added a bunch of new animals to the game. Quick chat. To those of you who played Dwarf Fortress for too long, the fuck have they added since 2015? It has been like a decade. The tantrum spirals are no longer really a thing, because like Dwarven stress has been rebalanced a whole bunch. Loyalty cascades are no longer really a thing because, again, same thing. Civil wars sometimes happen, but it's pretty rare. You can stop wars by sending messengers to other locations on diplomatic missions and mission intents. Was the needs system around 2015? I think so. That sounds right. Straight dark comedy? Sure. Yeah, they added dinosaurs. To finish the thought that I was saying about dinosaurs, it's the difference between like Tolkien and like the Dark Crystal, or like the Black Cauldron, or whatever that thing was called, and like those 1980s light novels that are just dude that looks like Conan the Barbarian on the cover, standing on top of a dragon fighting a T-Rex. Like Turok. It's kind of almost where Dwarf Fortress fits into now. Is it Black Cauldron and Dark Crystal, or Black Crystal and Dark Cauldron? I don't even remember. The whole, yeah, true intrigue. The whole, like, Captain of the Guard system got reworked at some point. Villains are a thing. Legends is much more interesting because there's divorce. So you can have, like, necromancer. Oh, shit. Fucking necromancer experiments. So you have procedurally generated races now. Do I have any on the map? Yeah, here's one. This guy. This is a warrior of the night crossbowman who attacked me a little while ago. Three-eyed humanoid. It has a curling trunk, and its ecru skin is sleek and smooth. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer, which, by the way, that's still a typo, Tarn. Anyway, Alnos, Bronzedines, the Flament, after horrible experiments on the humans. Zah! Violet Ambers, Wine Sack. I like to bring my wine sack with me to parties, you know what I'm saying? In the year 259. And so where does the Great Pumpkin fit into all this? Vixing ramp. Also, I was saying this earlier. Let's turn the difficulty up to hard now. Chopping up a Japanese pumpkin. So, hold up. What's different about a Japanese pumpkin and like an African or European pumpkin? Does it need Google Translate to talk to? What? It doesn't? Okay, well, what is the flying speed of an unladen Japanese pumpkin? I'm trying to, I don't even... Okay, different faction is now coming to trade with me. Sentiments are lukewarm. I mean, got it. Lukewarm, eh? That's a lot of blood. Excuse me, you'll have to wade through the mounds of like dead elves to get in. I'm sure they're fine, though. Let's actually just do large gems, maybe? No. Gem bin. Don't really have very many cut gems. Nor do I have many things that I could actually sell them. Okay, so what if I go down to you and just say... Cut the faint yellow diamonds. Anyway, that's like the best like rapid fire quiz of like that I could do of like what's different about Dwarf Fortress than 10 years ago. So you're welcome. I'll be here all evening, I guess. Japanese pumpkins are called kabocha. They're more squat and small and usually green-skinned. Oh, wild. Okay. Yeah, that is quite a bit different then. Fascinating. I genuinely didn't know. That was a question asked in earnest. Which I usually just turn into jokes pretty quickly, but... Y'all learn something every day. I mean, that's kind of a give. I figured that one's obvious. I'm not a human. No, it does not. My bot doesn't actually have any YouTube compatibility whatsoever, which I think is kind of funny. Hobo. But here, I'll perform some magic, I think. Nope, I can't do it. Hold on. I still have God mode permissions. It told me I don't have permission, Hobo. Wow, my bot doesn't have permission. Never mind. I literally I cannot make your command play. I'm trying, but I literally can't. I did my best. Okay, what did they bring anything fun? They brought a lion, some barrels, some buckets. That's all I really need. Yeet. And we'll trade. How about if I go here and type in grown? What if I go to weapons? Because there's just a bunch of like random wooden swords that these other elves just like left here that I don't really want. So what if I like sell them? You know, a cactus wood spear sounds weirdly painful. It's like it's a spear with extra spikes. Watch one of these like not be grown. And like sabotage me. Like the elves are just like bringing wooden weapons like that were made by goblins or other dwarves or something alongside of their weapons. Just purely to fuck with me. Oh, that's an example of another generated creature. I mean, it's completely useless these days. Badaman. So I don't care really. I mean, you can use it if you want. It still works. But like it doesn't really provide you much benefit. I don't personally use it. Sure. Clino has a bit more of a like a normal response to it than me. You can you forgot you can pop out Twitch chat. Ah, there you go. Are you not at home, Bobo? I figured you're out and about since you're trying in various locations to use the thing. I read an interview shortly after the Steam release. The Tarn mentions he made him a millionaire overnight. Couldn't have happened to a more deserving guy. There's a really good documentary that NoClip put together, which I have credits in because I recorded a bunch of footage for them. Shoutouts, you know. Anyway, which NoClip recorded. And let's see if I can sell them their own weapons without them getting pissed. Otherwise, we'll be at war with two elven factions. That'll be something to explain to management. There's a... Oh, no, they're not a big fan. They're your weapons, duder. Oh, well. I guess no trading with them now. Oh, well. My bad. Whatever shall I do? Anyways, in that documentary, there's a bit where they're trying to figure out how to pay themselves because they have like Zach and Tarn have like a business bank account and then they have their personal bank accounts. And so they got their paycheck from Steam or from Kit Fox got the paycheck from Valve. Kit Fox paid Zach and Tarn's business account. Zach and Tarn then had $7 million sitting in their business account. And we're like, shit, what do we do with this now? Help. And then, so they go to the bank branch, and Tarn in the interview says that, like, he recognized the lady working in the bank branch because they went to high school or something with this person. They knew them from school, from, like, years ago. And so after catching up and saying hi briefly, it was like, so this happened, and they're like, oh, and he's like, that's the fastest he's ever been escalated to like upper management. And they were trying to figure out how to move the money because you can't just like do that on a bank machine. So they had to like initiate a transfer, and then after like a minute of like doing paperwork, the person working at the bank was like, actually, you know, you could just, if it's easier, you could just use your phone. And so he like went 7. It was like, what was it, $14 million or something? Divided 2 ways, so it was like 7 each. So it was like 7 0 0 0 0 0 0 done or whatever. 0 0 0 0 0 0 done. Send. It's 3.5 mil, so it was 7. I couldn't remember if it was 14 or if it was 3.5. Or if it was 7 or 14. Anyway, big numbers. At some point, money doesn't matter anymore. So yeah, couldn't have happened to nicer people. That's for sure. There's also another really good quote from Zach where he's just like, you know, it's like we just worked a normal job for 20 years and just didn't take a paycheck until year 20, which is a really fucking funny way to put it if you ask me. Like, genuinely, like, that's a really funny way to put it. Longest unpaid internship. Yup. Could say that twice. How are we doing on random, unrelated jobs? We're doing okay. Not great, but okay. So I've got other dwarves that need to be buried. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Take these 2 squads. Set you to clear. I'm just going to turn the burrow off. Go get them, dwarves. There goes the army of dinos. It's kind of incredible, actually. And then Cash App your brother $3.5 million. It's probably through some bank app, but yeah, no, that's crazy. There's a really good interview that Tony Hawk has done like 1 billion times. Am I on like every podcast on Earth that he's been on, where this person's just like, so like, an Eye of Midnight has sprung from an ambush, bruh. What? Where the fuck did, what the fuck did you, what, how the fuck, who the fuck? Well, that's sketchy. Okay, hold on, let me just. Also a giant sparrow skeleton, because sure. These, like, dudes randomly showing up periodically are acting kind of super different than they did before. Let's keep shooting at them. Popping them. Like, what the hell? Was your last name Bottle Bomb? Bottle Moth. Okay, that's still pretty good. Good lord. Oh no. Not my... Rude. Then they leave. Like, I don't even know what they're doing. It's like they just kind of come on and like resurrect 1 or 2 things and then they just fuck off. It's bizarre. It's interesting the way they work now. That's a lot of procedural races as of recent. I am in an area with like 6 different towers and I've destroyed 3 of them. So it's definitely coming from the towers, but it's interesting. I say it's interesting too much, having played too much of this game. But anyway, the Tony Hawk interview was essentially his manager called him one day and was like, hey, are you in LA? And he goes, yeah, I'm in LA. Why? And he goes, I need you to meet me at insert location here. Gives him a location. He goes, all right, sure, can do. Shows up, meets him, and says, so what's up? And he goes, so the game, it did better than we were expecting, which was Tony Hawk, the video game. And he goes, okay, well, how much better? And he goes, a lot better, and just hands him a check for $4 million. In like early 2000s money. And Tony Hawk had a flight to catch because he had to go be somewhere because, you know, he's Tony Hawk. And so he went to go catch the flight and then put it in the bank machine and it rejected him. And then he tried again and it went through. And he initially was like, oh no, I'm not allowed to put it into this bank machine. But it turns out like he didn't put enough zeros, which I think is very funny. Height of the 2000s, also like 20 people made them, so like probably the cut that it's probably a fairer cut for the person on the cover. Their Wikipedia art looking silly. A lot of the Wikipedia art looks silly, dude. For 1/10 of that amount, I don't really trust them. You know what's weird? My parents gave me a not small chunk of money when I bought this apartment to help with the down payment. And I deposited that with my phone. And for some reason, I'm totally fine doing that. Maybe that's because I get to keep it. You know, it's like, if it doesn't work, I can then just go into the bank the next day and be like, here. But like, it worked, and like now I still have that check. It's sitting in an envelope in one of my drawers, and I keep threatening to my mom that I'm gonna frame it, and she's like, "No, throw it out." And I was like, "I want to frame it. Just take like a marker Sharpie and put it over the important numbers, and then frame it." Checks are weird, yeah. Same with balances. But, you know, a similar good feel that I got was when Seth put out a video about Path of Acra, and then Ulf Sire, who's the developer of that game, was like, yo, I've got 2 years of runway for my next game all of a sudden when I had like 8 months before, which is like awesome. In my school, who suddenly became the most popular person there after there was for 2 to 3 years? Oh, because Tony Hawk came out? Suddenly everybody wanted to do the thing he was doing, I assume? Like 34. They still do that. And like if you have like a pile of bodies on the surface, they will sometimes sneak in and steal stuff. It's just very infrequent that they do that. They're more interested in visiting and hanging out in the tavern, which sucks, but you know. So have we milked the dino? Nope. I will continue trying and report my findings. Stormwolf is dead, by the way. Didn't even see Stormwolf die, but Stormwolf died. Wait, hold up. Okay, good. Just nobody's claimed the put item in tomb job just yet. Let's see where you go. Although actually I have a feeling a lot of these jobs are just like dwarves running off into the caverns, probably. I mean, for them, maybe. I'm not a human. Like, for the player, not really. There's only, like, going to be negative effects for things if you, the player, like, trap your people. Like, I don't really know how to answer a question. Like, is there a negative effect for trapping a visiting necromancer in a pit? It's like, well, now you have a necromancer that won't leave. Like, that is kind of, I would consider that a negative, because I don't necessarily want random necromancers on my map, visiting or not. So like, I guess that's like it's up to you, really. People have a habit of asking unanswerable questions, and that's okay. But like, I don't know what kind of answer you're looking for with that. Like, genuinely. I guess so, Jeeves, yeah. Tile over that tile is probably not a bad idea, although they can use their abilities through walls. I think that's been fixed. Am I? I think that's been fixed circa 2 patches ago, but I could be mistaken. So maybe don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's been fixed. Like 95% certain that's been fixed. You've never seen a nightmare? Lucky you. It's an anti-dwarf resurrection method? That or it's their equivalent to a cyanide pill. I mean, if they're undead and they can't feel fear, then they aren't affected by their nightmares. So if they're an intelligent undead necromancer, they're very efficient at, you know, fighting whatever and not dying to their nightmares. But that's about it. So if you want to like get rid of their ability to die to their own nightmares, then you have to make them unable to feel fear. Let's put them back in the burrow. There's an overlord. I'm getting texted by a friend of mine. Oh, I see. It was so wacky in the character for Dwarf Fortress, you didn't even consider it to be a bug. Which one? Oh, them killing each other? Yeah. No, that's fair. But, you know, a feature that is fun to interact with is indistinguishable from reality. I don't think that's a real quote, but it should be. It's a quote that I said 3 seconds ago. A event happening in a video game that only has a positive impact is makes a bug in a video game that has an impact that is purely positive or comedic is indistinguishable from a bug. If that was true, then Fallout probably would have had better reviews. Just let me cook this. I'll figure it out eventually. The nuanced Blizzard realm? This is just some fan fiction about World of Warcraft. Dwarves are pissed. Felt like punishment for using necromancer slaves to revive your dead soldiers. I have a video called the One Tile Start for Dwarf Fortress or whatever. And in that video, I do make an army of undead necromancers. And it's pretty wild watching them run into a space and watching them just like summon a bunch of nightmares and have like no negative consequences. It's kind of wild and cool as hell to witness. Also, I think I'm going to move this. I'm going to put it up here, actually. This will probably actually be more useful for it as a place for them to train. It took a hot minute. Yeah, it was a very slow progress. I was putting dwarves into cages by causing cave-ins, which I then would use to starve the dwarves to death. And then after, like, having, like, 30 or 40 dwarves all dead, I would then lock one dwarf behind a thing and then, like, release one. And then, yeah, it was horrible. But very effective, I guess. Very effective. I don't think you're supposed to be out here and bleeding, dwarf. I don't. For some reason, can't quite put my finger on why. I don't think you're supposed to be here, nor do I think you're supposed to be in the military, actually. I should probably very much remove you from the military, actually. Does this dwarf demand freedom of movement? Because I think they're demanding freedom of splat. I need you to not move. Oh, I missed a very big one as far as changes to the game since 2015. Untamed Wilds maps are mean. Like, a lot meaner than they were before. Like, they were mean before. They are mean now. Like, mean. Like, extremely fucking mean. Any idea where adventurer mount pets go when you have too much fun and die? Off into the wilderness? Probably. I don't know. I never really thought about it forever. Actually, probably just whatever the nearest civilization is. It's probably actually it. Let's just undump all this. That's fine. This dwarf keeps on getting knocked out and becoming unconscious. But then, like, is actually just crawling. Okay, I'm just gonna see. Do you think this dwarf makes it, chat? Mr. Charm Tools, or Mrs. Charm Tools. I mean, her head is torn open, her head is dented, her upper arms are dented. She's basically like a piñata. Still crawling. What a champion. Did you kill whatever attacked you? A raven? Currently, she ain't getting up. Like, not at all, actually. Like, she's not standing. She's, like, incapable of standing. She doesn't have functional legs at the minute. Maybe she's, like, rolling? Or slithering? Potentially? Oh, I forgot about the greatest and most important change to Dwarf Fortress since 2015. Dwarves can make underwear. You see, around, I think it was like 2018 or 19, we made a discovery, which was goblins and elves had underwear. They had loincloths and thongs. And dwarves could fit into them for some reason. And so when dwarves would go to war with elves, and elves were on your map, then goblins would attack you, and your dwarves would go and then equip the underwear that the goblins had brought, and then they would wear them until they rot off their body and get traumatized. It was like the most horrifying form of psychological warfare in the insatiable desire for more underpants. And some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Yay! And so it was like an unavoidable nightmare that your dwarves would encounter every single time you would like go to war with the elves, and you'd have to be very maniacally efficient about forbidding them and dumping them into a trash disposal, so you made absolute certainty that you did not expose your dwarves to the desire of underpants. It's horrifying. The stench of rotting thongs ratcheted throughout dwarven society. Many dwarves were lost during that time. Dark years. Thankfully, they've now unlocked the technology of underwear as of 2022 and are now capable of not dying from, I was going to say fetal underwear syndrome. I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm making fun of bad things, things I shouldn't be making fun of, like the psychological trauma of lack of underwear. Yeah.
Cheese for everyone!
Yes. Be nice if there was like 2 or 5 more adventurers. I mean, brave additions to this terrifying place. At least I've got 2 full squads again, so that's good. What, rotting thongs all over the floor and not a single dwarf genius could replicate them? Some, like U.S. government agent is reading that and being like, the fuck are they doing over there in that corner of the internet? I gotta lock this down somehow. It's clearly unethical. Dinos that lay eggs are in fact getting turned into meat because I have a couple baby ones. We're just waiting for them to get full grown. So if I go here and just be like, egg. These are all the dino eggs I have. 400, actually. In fact, I might as well lock this door so that they just stop trying to get out. Actually, it doesn't matter. Leave it open. Okay, enough internet for today. You know, honestly, that's probably the real thought. It's a lot of scrambled egg for the dwarves. We should probably cook some of them. Like, those are all the dinos that we have. My frame rate's getting a little bit lower than I'd like it to be, and that's literally just because of all of the dinos. Let's see, what are we putting away right now? Copper goblets. Copper goblets. I'm not even butchering the dinos. Literally all of the meat. The majority of the meat I have is coming from random migrant waves animals and forgotten beasts and agitated wilds. So I'm not even like really butchering them too much. I do really think that the amount of eggs they lay should be lowered somewhat. You're pale? Well, at least nothing is impaired. How's the wilds? Pretty fucking wild. I mean, we've got agitated crows everywhere. Apparently there's an agitated eagle. I got attacked by goblins, and while the goblins were attacking, some random necromancer happened to be on the map, apparently, and caused a bunch of zombies to appear, and that was crazy. And then I recently got attacked by elves, which was fine for the most part. But there was too many of them, so some of my dwarves got injured. It was unfortunate. This dwarf is just completely, like, obliterated. I'm just gonna take you off of general jobs. Just go vibe. Cool. This dwarf just gets stunned and faint all the time. It's unfortunate. What's this XKCD? If the corporate surveillance state monitors and controls every aspect of my life and I play Dwarf Fortress all day, then you're effectively Dwarf Fortress players watching your Dwarf Fortress dwarves play Dwarf Fortress. Big Brother okay, yeah, you're right. A big Brother realized it is trapped in the most tedious possible hell. Yes, you are correct. Shoutouts to XKCD. What, where everything's kind of awful and this dwarf has a terrible life, but at least her daughter's still alive. Did that dwarf ever make it to the hospital? Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll do this. Make a little mist generator up here, maybe. The classic, it is true. It is, in fact, a classic. I'm sorry, what? Isaias was found dead? In all fairness, he was having trouble breathing and had no control of his arms. Wasn't much of a life worth living, that's for sure. This is a shit tavern. I'm gonna make a better one higher up. I'm gonna make a better tavern up here with blackjack and dwarves. Mostly dwarves, not so much blackjack. Now let's see, is this even in the burrow? It is. It's approaching 1 a.m. where you're at. You should probably sleep. Super fun to get to catch a stream live again. Yeah, sorry about like the power going out and shit. That was odd. Not ideal. After the power went out, I almost immediately got invited to like go hang out with my neighbors because it's Canada Day, and I was like, yeah, well, I'm working, so maybe after I'm done working, they're like, we might be out late. And now I'm sitting here going like, do I even want to go down there? By the time I go down there, they're probably like a couple drinks in each. I might. I'll see. You know, what if I just build some stairs going down there and just wall this off entirely? Gem Setter is fighting with a cave crocodile? That seems bad. You got a breeding pair of the devil pigs. What are the devil pigs? Are these something from the underworld? Are these something from a necro tower? You're going to need to be more descriptive. That could be many things. I have 214 copper. I think that's enough to make a bunch of copper thrones. The rhino pigs. Oh. Never mind. New extinct creature. Then I don't know. Have you done a gaydar on one of them? Have you been patient enough? Do you already have 1 billion animals? That's the other thing. You may have hit caps. I know that like when I was running the dragon fort, the dragons stopped laying fertile eggs because I hit a quiet cap for animals, and then I went and slaughtered like 80% of the animals on the map, and then that fixed it. That's all I can really say. How's the milking going? Unsuccessful. We'll continue attempting until successful. The Forgotten Beast, Gined Onyas has come. An enormous beakless waxwing. Where is it? This is the layer where it can't get to me, but it looks cool. The Dreamy. Do in fact be what it's called. It's like 3-4 months, isn't it? It depends on the animal. Like as an example, egg layers will only lay eggs every 3 months. And if they're not within proximity of like a mate in that time, then they can't really do much with it. Bull moose. Not gonna lie, agitated moose, kind of fucking scary. Hopefully, Jeff's feeling better. Bastet. Dwarves are firing bolts. It's hard to see, but they're doing it. Oh, this is a problem. Grumble. I wonder what their values are like. I mean, you can just check in the raws, but the wiki is still like leave something to be desired for the new creatures because they are still brand new, but it is getting updated like rather quickly considering how much data they need to input. But it's getting there. There's actually kind of a lot of dwarves that don't have bedrooms. I mean, a lot of dwarves, but a good few. That's good. Means the numbers have gone up. Yeah, there's quite a few here that are empty. That dwarf's been gone for a while, yet you still have a bedroom. Same with you. Oh boy. I guess dwarves that get imprisoned still have bedrooms. That's unfortunate. Whoops, I just realized I kind of screwed this up sort of bad. Conglomerate. Oh, we're in an ad break. I will pause game and just place some furniture up in here. The value multiplier for those is just 2. The mammals seem low value. Dinos seem like a 10. Well, I think it's probably because dinos are rarer, and also dinos are friggin' dinos, man. So, you know, it's this Dinosaurus superioritas complex. I'm trying. So, I hate to break something to you, but Tome. 1, I have no Gelders. That's the first thing. Second, these are my dinos. They're egg layers. Egg layers cannot be gelded. Also, I do have good news though. They all grew up. So I now have a whole lot of baby data. So if you'd like a dinosaur, I could give you a dinosaur. If you'd like an animal trainer, I could give you an animal trainer, but I literally cannot give you a dino gelder. It's 1, I don't have a gelder, and 2, like, dinos can't be gelded. I also don't have a gander. Yeah, there's also, like, a really nice website associated with the Long Night. It's just kind of a shame that it doesn't have a tile set, because it makes people like me have a much harder time covering it for as cool of a thing that it is. For those of you who don't know, the Long Night is effectively its own game. Like, it's such a heavily converted version of Dwarf Fortress that it might as well be its own game. So counterpoint, I don't have any animal trainers. But tell me, do you want a beard or no beard? I mean, I got some like masons, I got some weaponsmiths, I got some crafters, I got some doctors, I got some mark dwarves, I got some peasants. Like, you're gonna have to work with me here. We don't exactly have a large population. There was a note made by Tarn in the report this morning that just went up on the site on Bay 12 that a lot of the dinosaur people are incapable of biting, which is really funny, if you ask me. That might be one of the funnier, like, confirmed bugs in a minute. Beard, okay, can do. Let's see what we got. I can give you 2 options. Got a weaponsmith or a potter. Or like a mason. What's up, Seismic? But no, I've seen people mention it, Faded Reaper. I think it's very funny. I'm sure it'll get fixed. Dino Lockjaw. Yeah. I'll give you the weaponsmith who's making a table right now. Bah! Who's very disappointed at the lack of animal trainers, is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself, and is stingy with resources on projects. He refuses to expend any extra effort and is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of his merits. He claims to everybody that he's a professional dino gelder. Okay. You know, actually, we'll do this. The dino gelder. There you go. He rarely feels strong cravings or urges and doesn't seek out excitement, doesn't often feel envious of others, isn't particularly ambitious, and does not go out of his way to help others. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He has a sense of duty and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is assertive. He whispers when he is thinking hard about something and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He personally doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. He likes native platinum, sterling silver, heliodor, and linen fabric. The color clear, which is very controversial. Sterling silver, heliodor, and linen fabric. And prefers to consume 2-grain wheat beer and barley flour. Like the powder. Drowns himself in it. Hates hamsters. Has good eyebrows. More news at 11. But yeah, it's real funny that like dinos can bite things. Very funny. I guess that must have been fixed this morning, hey? Okay, you guys can head back down underground. So this is now a tavern with a balcony. I can also go up to here and go. Nope. No hatches. Okay. Iron hatch. Need some more anyway. And everybody's just training all these dinosaurs. Everybody just fucked off to go train these dinos. So these are all of the stray war dinos. Look at them. That's kind of incredible. Dawn, I think the dinosaurs breed too quickly. This is just the war ones. It's not even counting most of the tame ones, which I should probably also train for war. Oopsies. Are you having fun, Dawn? So now there's an important question. Do we take the risk and assign like 50 of these to this dwarf? And send them off map to go attack? I think we go get our ultimate vengeance, chat. This dwarf now has 37 pets. War pets, if you will. In fact, I'm going to bump that up to 40. And then I'm going to go to the overworld. And I'm going to go select this location, which has prisoners of mine there. And we're going to go pillage the place and try and steal their livestock and free captives if I can. I'm so sad that clever isn't a word. But this is going to be glorious. It's because now I can go here and just type in war. And every war creature who isn't stray you know what? Actually, we'll just do it this way. I have to remove all of the war creatures that are named, but not the ones that are stray. And then I can go here and type in stray war. Here goes the mosh pit. Chat. Aside from that, one of my artifacts is no longer in its proper place, which is fine because it was a random artifact that I didn't even make. It was stolen from me. And I stole it from somebody else, or somebody else left it here. Here goes the March of the Reptiles. I need you to give me the biggest round of beers you got. And also just thank you very much for tuning in today. It's been a good one. And to those of you in the old Canada land like myself, happy Canada Day. Because sometimes you just need to can a day and put it away and keep it for a while. And just remember, a can a day keeps America away. I mean, what? Have you seen a dino in the fort with its balls still on? Oh boy. We're just waiting for this to end. There they go. Let's hope that this guy leaves. There's so many, it's ridiculous. Hi ho, it's off to work we go. Here comes Sleepy. The old slow Domas. Good luck, Dwarf. There's still one more. So if I go here now and I type in war, there's still all of Geshud's animals down here. But those are almost entirely separate. And I don't trust this random lieutenant. I mean, he's part of the large leech. Clearly not trustworthy. And then just like the entire fucking herd of... Like, I give a kill order and the entire herd just chases him. It's so good. Oh, it's so good, man. It's so good. Just everything out here is just like, get them, boys, we have axes. That's too good. Dino versus tower, who wins? I mean, I already killed 2 towers with nothing but like a half squad of dwarves. I don't even know what happened to this dwarf. Something did. Anyway, let's get some more tables and stuff thrown up here. Let's go up to here and go to farming and make a still. Let's actually get rid of that, and we'll flip them over onto the other side. Put them a little further away, actually. And then this, up top, this can be my tavern. It's one old big meeting hall. The wooden dinner. Whereas down here, this can stay the tavern, but just the dining hall portion. There is a murder bird over there. It is trying to kill us very ineffectively, but it's trying. I respect its efforts. And now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to this cavern layer right here. I'm just going to grab here and I'm going to forbid all the way across here. Just forbid everything. And I'm just going to go here and close this in a little bit. That's all that I'm going to do. Till the 1980s, because all of those fortresses built to keep Canada from burning the White House are all still in 1795 gold dollars, whereas Mexico wasn't scary until Pancho Villa in the 1910s. Oh yeah, no, it's fun. It's been a decade since you've been to Canada. You miss your double A? Uh-huh. Very much a double A country. Okay, Stuco still needs to leave the map. I don't know if I trust this dwarf. Kind of feeling like I should just fire you from the military. And put you into a different squad. Go train in melee. This dwarf is just so weak and slow. Like, they will eventually gain strength, but a human caravan has arrived. Pulley trades. They're slow because they are weak. It means they need to train more. But they have a good personality for the military, so even though they've stolen several of my artifacts, I'm just kind of letting it slide, to be honest. This whole fortress is pretty heavily, how do I put this? Corrupted. How many agitated things do I have on the map at the minute? Agitated that, agitated that. It's basically just these guys. So for the minute, things are actually pretty chill. Take them off duty for a little bit. Give these dwarves a break. If I go up top here, and I say hatches. Go there and there. Go here. Build that. Get those done. And then this up here can just be a stockpile for prepared meals, which is going to take from here And then you're just gonna make drinks right here, and I will just make a stockpile right here for drinks. Which is just going to take from... Now you're just going to give to that. Although I will shrink this down by 2. There we go. Just so I can go here and go full. Full. Plunk. Let's also go doop, doop, doop. Maybe that and that. And then here comes the food. And the drink. Does BC still have Tim Hortons? You do realize the Philippines has Tim Hortons, right? You do realize that, right? That's like asking, does California have Dunkin' Donuts? Have I seen any drunk dinos? I've not seen any drinos chug my alcohol, no. That's black bear behavior in Dwarf Fort. That's like asking, does, like, Seattle have a Starbucks? I know that a lot of them are closing, but that's a very silly question. All of Canada has Tim Hortons. Heck, even in parts of America, for some stupid reason, has our terrible coffee donut places. Good. They're not good, Shane O'Neill. You don't need another shitty chain. Like, I don't hate Timmy's as like a fast food place, but it's not like worth going out of your way to go to. It's okay if it's like what's there. The one like benefit that like every time Tim Hortons comes up in conversation with other Canadians, the only thing that we can agree on about Timmy's that's good is that it's like $1.30 for a cup of coffee. Just a small one. Like you can get a medium coffee for $2 Canadian. So like it's very cheap. That's the only thing that's good about it. Also, like, I don't think I've ever remembered a point in my existence since the year 1994 where there hasn't been at least a dozen Timmy's in every single town. Unless it's like below the population of 2,000, then you might only have 1 or 2. But I don't think I've ever lived further than like a 30-minute bike ride from a Tim Hortons. And that was like when I lived in the middle of nowhere. Somebody is like holding down on their gas pedal a bit too much through this part of town. But we named the dog Indiana. Although I will say the one thing that's like competing for like the frequency of Timmy's where I live now is pod shops. There might actually be more dispensaries than Timmy's. In some parts of town, depending on where you are. I'm actually gonna pause a bunch of these jobs. The ones that I don't need. Keeping the critical ones, but so the dwarves have returned. We went and pillaged that elven location with 1,000 creatures with one of the biggest animal armies I've ever had. At least in a very long time. We attacked with a strong positional advantage. Ast, of course, led the attack. And the first thing to be taken down was a goblin, struck down by one of my dinosaurs. I really hate that too. I would rather just see like a PNG like done in MS Paint that just says, my cool dino mod, than AI generated stuff. It's actually the reason I don't really show the workshop very often on stream, even though like I do look at it quite frequently. It's because like there's so many neat mods where it's like, this is really cool. It sucks. One dinosaur fought with 68 elves, slaying 10. That's crazy. Well, dinos on a rampage. Like Tarn intended. Damn right. Well, shouldn't it be crayon and then like use a 2005 Handycam to like take a photo of it in like 240p and then put it on Photo Bucket like Tarn intended? Megacerops clashing with 22 Ocelot, slaying 10. Slaying 10, slaying 10, slaying 10. I think it's pretty safe to say that we are winning this war. Although I did set the game to hard. Let's go somewhere a little closer, because that's all the way up there. What if I go and destroy the Dark Goblin pits? Well, aside from the fact that you're napping. Kivish, the dwarf, has been taken by a Fey mood. Where? Wait, what? Wait, when, where, why are you? Why are you all the way the hell out there? It's time to go raise Arizona. I mean, Elven Forest. They're doing work. So there is a street close to where I used to live in Port Moody that is like the funniest street in the world to me. It's a Tim Hortons, a Subway, a dispensary, a liquor store, and a like boutique chocolate place in like one strip mall. It's like awesome. It's stoner heaven. Like now you just need like a 7-Eleven on the corner. I think it does have a gas station, but it's not a 7-Eleven. It's like an On the Run or something. But like it just needs a 7-Eleven and you've got everything. You're set. That's like your pre or post concert go-to location. Here comes the army. One of the it has to be like one of those sketchy convenience stores that has the stuff that has the $5 price sticker on the thing that very clearly says $1 on it. Here comes the stragglers, of which there are many. Of which there are many. Oh my god. The door was shut. I mean, yeah. Yours just wait. You have to remove them from any burrows, or not burrows. You have to make sure that they're not in any pastures. If the dinosaurs are pastured somewhere, they won't leave. You have to unpasture them. These are all the additional ones I still have. That's fucking wild. That is fucking wild. Let's see how they do destroying that location. While you down here are doing this. They do move in herds, that's true. That varies in Canada. For a really long time, Arizona iced tea wasn't allowed to be sold in Canada because it didn't pass our health and safety spec. At least where I live in Canada. Maybe other places in Canada, but that wasn't a thing that you could get here for a very long time. So a lot of gas stations don't carry it. You just checked whoever told you Dinoman can bite now. They can't? Oh no! Have you did you update the game? I'm assuming you did, but in case you didn't, go update the game. This is ridiculous. Period. This is so ridiculous. These are the ones that come underground. Wow, they already returned? How did the destruction mission go? I mean, obviously the Chasms of Metal, my great leader, Ast, led the attack with a strong positional advantage. Immediately struck down their leaders. That's wild. I want to say it was... I don't know who said it was fixed, but I haven't tested it, so... You've been having trouble to get migrants show up. Yeah, you're the second person to mention it. If it is possible... Actually, you're not at war with your own faction, are you guys? Biggie's Wiz and Garrett Miller in YouTube chat? If you go to the overworld, they did in fact destroy it. So it was a very successful obliteration of the goblin site. It is now a pile of rubble. If you go to civilization and you go to your own civ, you hover over it. If it says exports terror and vengeance, then you're in a civil war. But yeah, I've seen a couple people mention that. Usually that just means that you haven't been trading enough. It is possible because like the diplomacy changes makes trading a little bit more fickle. It's possible that like something there happened, but I really don't know. This is a bit of a mystery to me because I haven't encountered it. Okay, we're just gonna get the cavern shut up again. Chat room. I think the main thing to do at this point is to just keep invading them and keep waiting. Because, like, they're all coming back in. And here come all of my piles of dinos. I mean, I can probably put another 50 or so onto you as pets, or even onto you as pets. Like just... "21 pets on you now." It's just completely silly. Period. That's all it is. Completely silly. So this fort isn't even old enough for my first round of baby elephants to have grown up, because I embarked with a breeding pair of elephants. And this is what I have. And now we have a black cap. Great. To add to those treasures, I guess it's being moved somewhere. Get that placed down here. while dwarves continue to finish up these thrones. Whole bunch of troglodytes and stuff fighting down below. I think that today is Canada Day. It's technically a holiday-ish thing. I'm hungry. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. It says I've only been live for 5, but that's because the fucking power went out. So thankfully it wasn't out for very long. But I think we are going to call it here. And tomorrow we will end this fortress success or bust. And hopefully you come with me for that journey. If we don't end it tomorrow, then we'll stream not on Saturday. I won't be home on Saturday. On Friday. And we'll make this happen. Otherwise, maybe we'll start a new fort on Friday. If you can find the mammoths. Yeah, maybe we'll go mammoth hunting. That's got to be something we should do. What the fuck? There's elk birds? Hold on. What did you get? Oh, I got a cave dragon to throw into the pile. Excellent. Yeah, there's now just a cave dragon. Great. Insult to nonsense. Perfect. Just when we thought it couldn't get sillier. Surprise. It got sillier. And this is still my glorious new tiny itty bitty witty witty tiny itty microscopic little tavern. And some forgotten beast has arrived. But that's a problem for me tomorrow. I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich. I've also heard that because of the size of creatures and when the dyeing update came out, as in like coloring cloth, Tarn changed it so that the amount of wool and leather that you get from animals was based on the weight of the animal. So you get like 40 or something wool from one harvest of a woolly mammoth. Or woolly rhino is what people were saying. So do keep that in mind. Very good for like a shearing industry. I actually really like that. It gives you more reason to like settle in different areas. Specialize for more weirder creatures like mammoths and things. Stuff's cool. YouTube folks, if you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I'll be live tomorrow at the normal time with more of this fortress. And we'll see if we can finish it in a satisfying way. If not, we'll keep her going. I'm not against that. But regardless, the difficulty's up to hard now. And I have a ridiculous number of dinosaurs. I may have to start butchering some of them. So, thank you very much for watching, YouTube folks. If you want to find the VODs, you can find them over at Blind Extras on YouTube. If you want to buy some merch, you can find that at blindirl-shop.fourthwall.com. If you want to support the channel directly, go to blindirl.com/support. And I will reiterate the big announcement one more time. On the 20th of this month, I will be doing a 3-month stint working very part-time for Kit Fox, helping out with social stuff and community management. So I get to figure out how to announce that fully outside of just on the stream. So that's going to be exciting. And, yeah. Thanks for hanging out today, folks. See you tomorrow. More of the usuals. Alrighty, Twitch chat, you guys ready to go raid somebody? Let me go grab the raid music.